Door bouncer, are you still letting people in? Okay, thank you. Okay. You're going to give me a thumbs up when the camera's rolling? Oh, we're live. Okay, we're doing it live. All right, good morning. Thank you all for joining me here today. When I say so, I'm going to ask all of you, even our folks joining us remotely, to close your eyes for 30 seconds. I want you to think about your memories, experiences, and interactions in a library. Ready? Close your eyes. The timer has started. Open your eyes. Now, I know some of you are spread out and do your best, but I'd like you to turn to a person next to you. I'd like you to ask them to share their memory of using or visiting a library. Then, share your memory with them. For those of you joining us remotely, please participate as well. Just think of a memory and say it out loud or tell it to a pet or a human who's nearby. Again, I'll give you 30 seconds. The timer started. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, the timer is up. 30 seconds is up. Okay, wrap up your conversations. Thank you. I didn't realize people were going to be so chatty. So normally with this crowd, they're not. So, okay, so. By a show of hands, who had a positive or inspirational memory? Show of hands, positive or inspirational? Excellent, hands down, thank you. Now by a show of hands, who had a negative memory? Don't be shy, I won't be offended. Anybody have a negative memory? All right, you need to leave. No, I'm just kidding. No, thank you for your honesty, I appreciate it. Okay, so did you see it was most of the room that had positive experiences? Now, if we were to ask people about their experiences with information security, do you think most people would have warm fuzzies? No, right? Librarians and infosec professionals have a lot in common. We are both subject matter experts. We both provide knowledge, guidance, instruction. We both understand something that can be confusing or overwhelming at first. So why do libraries rank so favorably and information security so unfavorably? Well, that's what I'm going to try and change. Welcome to Long Overdue, Making InfoSec Better Through Library Science. I'm Tracy Mayleaf. So, before I became InfoSec Sherpa, I was Library Sherpa. I have a Master of Library and Information Science degree from the University of Pittsburgh. Go Pitt. I began volunteering at my local library when I was 13 and have worked as an academic, corporate, and law firm librarian before bringing my skills to information security. I'm here today to show you how we can learn from the successes and failures of librarians, libraries, and library science as a discipline to help make information security better, using my unique perspective of having a foot in both worlds. Libraries have been around a lot longer than information security. This is obviously a very brief sampling, but I'm using it to demonstrate how young information security is compared to other professions and industries. We are still growing and changing, and we still have a lot of work to do on ourselves. Now just take a look at that for a second. Look how long ago some of the oldest libraries have been, and some of the more quote-unquote modern libraries from the 1700s, some of them are still operational today, like Bodleian Library at Oxford University in England. But information security, I was kind of grasping at straws here. I decided to pick first digital computer, and then you got ARPANET, and then you have Cliff Stoll's book. Look how recent that is. Most of us, the second two, that's in most of our lifetimes. So I want you to understand that I feel this comparison is just because library science has been around for a really long time, and we can learn from them, and we have to remember that we are still a young, growing industry. So, to get everybody up to speed, I'd like to give you a super quick overview of modern library science, and I'm not kidding, this is a super quick overview. So we got Gabriel, first one. French librarian and scholar Gabriel Naudet wrote Advice on Establishing a Library in 1627. And that work is considered to be one of the earliest foundations of librarianship. Next, we found out whatever the hell Thomas Jefferson was doing in Monticello. Pause for obscure Hamilton reference applause break. Anyone? Okay, thank you. He created a classification system for his personal library. Then, in the year 1800, US President John Adams approved an act of Congress, which is considered to be the beginning of the Library of Congress. Quick show of hands, who's been to the Library of Congress in person? Excellent, go, it is so cool. It's really cool. But then, cut to 1814, when those pesky Brits burned down a lot of Washington, D.C. Do we have any British people here right now? Oh, okay. You know what? We're going to have a word later. Okay. Those pesky Brits burned down Washington, D.C., including the books of the fledgling Library of Congress collection. So what did Thomas Jefferson miss? Second pause for Hamilton reference applause break? Okay. No, we'll keep going. He missed nothing. He was on top of it and quote-unquote generously offered to sell his private library collection to the US government. Yes, you heard me correctly, not donate, but sell. In 1815, the US government paid him roughly $500,000 in today's currency, today's value, for about 6,500 books and the information system about his classification system that he devised. Once he did that, his private collection then became the foundation for what we know today as the Library of Congress. And you can see a lot of his original books in the Library of Congress. So this is how we got started with the libraries in America, basically, was Thomas Jefferson collected books, devised his own classification system, and then generously got $500,000 in today's value for that collection. But moving on, I do want to say that yes, I am very well aware that this is a super duper American-centric based timeline, but I am afraid that is what I learned in library school. So if you do want to learn more, I do encourage you to investigate on your own and do some research, but I just wanted to kind of give you a quick snippet to bring you up to speed to where we are today, and I am acknowledging, I know this is very American-centric, so apologies to our non-US folks, you do have your own very robust and strong library histories. Another quick show of hands. Who here has heard of the Dewey Decimal System? Okay. Well, sorry to burst your bubble. I'm glad that you've heard of it, but I want to drop some harsh realities here. He was a jerk. I need to share some harsh realities with you today. Unfortunately, one of the commonalities library science and IT and infosec in common is the presence of inappropriate behavior by professionals in the field. Yeah, I went there. Yeah, I did. So yes, while Melville Dewey's classification system did revolutionize library science, it was also very flawed because of Dewey's racist and misogynist opinions, views, worldview, etc. beliefs. Librarians have been working tirelessly as early as the 1939 to correct all the racist and other bias that were built into his system. Presently, groups like the American Library Association have been removing Dewey's name from awards and continue to improve upon the long-standing wrongdoings of his classification system. But on a happier note, there are other classification systems that aren't racist and misogynist. So I want to just take a minute to talk about controlled vocabularies in information security. So Dewey's not the only classification system, but I understand why it's the one you're most familiar with because it's prevalent in schools and public libraries. But me as a law firm librarian, I use Library of Congress. So to me, the letter K means law. And I could not tell you what law was in Dewey Decimal because I never had to use it as a professional. But there's some other ones. So the medical librarians and National Library of Medicine, they have MESH that they use. So this is something that I'm very passionate about is that we really need to have, my wish for information security is that we have an industry-wide infosec classification system controlled vocabulary. Some of what we use comes from the military, and we've incorporated into our own infosec lexicon. But we also have some very unique phrasing that really, in my opinion, should have a ruling on whether or not it should be used. I'm looking at you, thrunting, and smishing. I'm looking at the two of yous, okay? Yes, we have lots of resources, and we publish glossaries defining these terms. But what I feel like we're really lacking in information security is a centralized authority that makes determinations on the validity of phrases. In library science, there's a publication called the RDA, Resource Description and Access. When you catalog a resource, which basically means the application of descriptive metadata for that item, you consult an authority, like the RDA. So my wish for InfoSec is that we need to develop a robust authority for the language that we use. It will be less confusing for users, for professionals, for journalists, for everyone. And please don't be thinking or say to me afterwards, well, why don't you just do it? This is not a one-person job. I think there might be a small group of individuals who contacted me once who is trying to work towards this. This is definitely a committee, an organization, an institutional thing. This is not something a single person can do. You might argue, well, Melville Dewey did it, but he was a racist and misogynist, and he had sole control over the vocabulary, and look where that got us. So we need a diverse group of people to give input and to be an authoritative body to delegate which sort of language we use. And now keep in mind, this is also going to help you communicate better with your stakeholders, right? If you start throwing words around like fronting and smishing, I really hate those. That's why I'm just going to publicly shame them. Do you think the CFO on the board that you're wanting to approve your security budget is going to understand what you're saying if you're just kind of using slang or words that can't easily be understood or defined? We need to come together on this, and that's something that I really, really want to happen. So I'm putting that out there. All right, now I'd like to get to our main course. In 1924, a librarian and mathematician in India wrote The 5 Laws of Library Science. And I'd like you to keep in mind for the updated interpretation, the word book really goes beyond just a paperback or a hardback. It can mean a digital resource or any other offering that a library may have. Case in point, did you know that many libraries have 3D printers that you can schedule time with at no charge? It's true. You may have to bring your own filament. Is that what it's called? The stuff you put in to make the thing? You may need to bring that. But the machine itself is available to be used for free at many libraries. You can also use gardening tools. You can borrow a rake if you need one. You can borrow household equipment. Libraries are borrowing things, so book really doesn't exist anymore. It's just resource. So in 2022, consider a book to be some sort of resource or tool of any kind. Now, you've had a chance to see here what these 5 laws of library science are. I'm going to go through each one and kind of dive in a little bit further, and I'm going to help draw some correlations here to information security, because I want to emphasize how much we have in common, how much we can learn from them. So let's dig in a little bit to the first one. Books are for use. Resources are for use. How about technology is for use? Apps are for use. Devices are for use. Wherever I see library, I'm going to try to just change this out with a security term. Your security team should be a welcoming environment. Insert chuckles here. Your security should provide easy access and convenience for the users. Do you do that? Do people know how to contact you? Simple as that. Are you squirreled away in a secret room in a building somewhere? Or are you all distributed and nobody knows where the centralized security team is? The primary duty of staff is a curator. Do you know all of the security components, what's going on in your enterprise? Are you working with your IT teams? Are they using insecure software and you don't even know it? Are you curating all the security within your enterprise? Books are for all. Security is for all. Technology is for all. The security team should provide education for every person. Now, you may just think, well, that's just security awareness. Okay, but do you really do a good job with your security awareness? Do you treat it as, as a throwaway thing that people don't care about? Do you mock it? Do you put little value on it? Or do you rather just spend time rolling your eyes and making fun of all the users? The security team needs to be knowledgeable. You need to stay on top of stuff, what's going on in the news. I said this actually to one of my bosses, Chris Krebs, the other day. I said, I tell people all the time, they need to be on top of the breaking news stories, and you should be able, if asked, to translate that into layman's terms if asked. If you're in front of a board or in front of some sort of governing body that's trying to give you money or give you support for your security team, and you can't explain to them in easy terms what happened with the Colonial Pipeline, then you need to go back and hit the books, as it were, and stay knowledgeable. You need to anticipate the customer's needs. Is there new tech coming out? Is there a new watch coming out? Are there new issues coming out? Are there new attacks coming out? Anticipate the needs of your users. Don't be knee-jerk reactions. Get ahead of it. It'll be so much easier to manage. This last one, if this does not ring any bells inside your head, then I don't know if I can help you. Does access control sound familiar for information security? Libraries have access control too. It just looks different. There just might be books that are behind the desk that are not in circulation. Did you ever go to a library catalog and you'll see something listed as no circ or non-circ? It means you can't take it out because they have access control, because the book may be valuable. It may be stolen a lot. It may be rare. It may be a rare book. There's a lot of times very old books that you can't handle yourself. You have to get a skilled archivist or librarian. We all have access control. Libraries have access control. They've had access control. We have access control. We can learn from them. Every book has a reader. Every security has a user. Every tech has a user. Again, classification system. We really need to get on board as an industry, as a community, getting one common language used. And please, for the love of Jeff, stop coming up with these new marketing terms. Smishing, vishing, squishing, whatever. All it does is confuse the people using the technology. It's phishing. It's phishing. Just call it phishing. That's all it is. Let's give the end users one term to remember and stop dividing it out. I have yet to hear an argument why all these superfluous terms are necessary. If you have one, talk to me later, but I have yet to hear one other than it just causes confusion. And what else do we have? We want awareness, person to person. Do you actually talk to your users? Do you interact with them? A famous story I tell is when I first started as a SOC analyst at a global pharmaceutical company, I replied to a user's email, to which she wrote back, "Oh, there's humans in security? I thought everything was automated." And I turned to my manager at the time and I said, "Don't you talk to anybody? Don't we talk to anybody here? You need to interact with people. They're humans, we're humans. Security at the root of it is a human problem, right? Sure, there's ones and zeros, and sure, there's networks and OSI models and all that stuff. But at the very root of it, it's a human problem. So don't disregard the humans in this equation. And again, education offerings, not only for the users, but for the staff as well. Is the staff up to speed? You know, are you given some sort of budget to take classes? Is it enough of a budget to take classes? These are really critical issues, and I know a lot of companies feel differently about this, but this is something you really need to stress. Or if you're trying to negotiate for a new job, make sure you get some education credit in there, because you need to stay on top of stuff. Otherwise, you're just kind of chasing after things and not really getting ahead of it. And use that terminology if you're getting pushed back. You know, do you want a security staff who's, you know, behind the times, or do you want a security staff who is ahead of the wave? Save time for the readers and the staff. So just kind of like what I was saying before, you know, you need to save time for yourselves to educate, not only educating the users, increase visibility, maybe have a security fair. I know a lot of people love to roll their eyes at me when I say October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Get a cake. People love cake. Have a cake with a lock on it or something. Do something. Make it visible. You know, make security visible. Make it, you know, we live with it in our lives every day. Don't make it this secret squirrel thing that you can't see, that you can't touch. Make it known to your customers, your users, your employees, whatever you want to call them, that it's a living organism that can grow with their needs, can grow with the problems in the world, and it's something to be celebrated, not feared and not hidden away. Assess readers and understand their needs. So ask questions. Ask them what they know, what they don't know. Why are they doing things? You can do that in a way and not sound condescending. A story that I love to tell is there was a woman who every single day reported the company-wide newsletter as a fish, every single day. And all my coworkers would just roll their eyes and like, there's Betty again, and blah, blah, blah. So I finally said, did anybody ask her why she does this? No, they rather complain about it. So I called her one day. Hi, Betty. I'm Tracy from the security team. Just a question for you. You know, these emails that you get, the company-wide newsletter, I said, I see that you report them as a fish every day, and I'm just curious as to why you do that. Her response was, I thought that's what I was supposed to do. So somewhere there was a breakdown in communication or instruction along the way. And rather than rectify it, the team I was on at the time thought it was more fun just to make fun of it. So when I explained to her that, you know, this particular email, you know, is safe, I said, but yes, if you do see something suspicious about it, then report it, but just don't automatically report it because you see it coming into your inbox. So I spent at most maybe 5 minutes of my day kind of going through that with her. Emails disappeared because she was getting the information she needed. She was misdirected. She was misguided. It took 5 minutes out of my life. And also then in the long run caused us less work, because what did the team have to do every day? Deal with that email. So I just was beside myself, like, you need to talk to people. And that's the librarian in me. That, you know, you might want to call that human if you want to be, you know, real infosec-y about it. Sometimes you can get an answer just by talking to someone. And I know, like, picking up the phone is anathema to many people. You need to get over it. That's a lot of times how you get to the root of security problems, is just by talking to someone. So in the original 5 Laws of Library Science, the line for this was, the library is a growing organism. That was updated to, the library is always changing. What's the only constant in infosec? Change, right? I often refer to infosec as a Sisyphean task. If you're not familiar with the tale of Sisyphus, it's the person who was doomed to rolling a rock up a hill for the lifetime, for duration of all lifetime. That's kind of what it feels like, right? And yeah, there's a downside, and I'm not trying to all bum us out right now, but there's so many positives we can bring out of that task. You know, we can anticipate threats coming and warn people, or batten down the hatches of our network as necessary. You know, consider the needs of your organization. Do you know that your company's looking to grow in maybe another country or another state or something? Get ahead of that. Do some, easy OSINT or threat intelligence. What sort of challenges might you face if you try to open up a call center in Qatar? Just to throw a country out there, I'm not picking on them. Watch the World Cup this fall. So it's important to plan ahead. Are there going to be layoffs? That could indicate possibly insider threats. And I know that the security team isn't always on top of this, but this is where your person-to-person content and your human come into play. Maybe put the onus on your upper-level bosses. Hey, can you get looped in with HR? I'd like to know if there's maybe a mass layoff coming, because that could really be a problem for us. Or if you start to see a lot of exfiltration of data, maybe run it up the chain. Hey, are we about to let go a bunch of people? Because I see a lot of people bringing stuff out of the network. Things are always changing, so you need to be on top of it. And if you're familiar with the Ferris Bueller movie, life moves at you fast, right? You need to stay on top of it. All right. Let's take a minute. Deep breath. That was a lot of information I threw at you, right? So now, we looked at, So we looked at how we can apply the 5 laws of library science to infosec. But I have a proposal for 5 laws of information security. Let's have at it. So now some of you may be looking at these 5 and me thinking to yourself, well, this isn't anything new. This is what we do now. Great, then you're better than most of the other people in this space. But do you apply this consistently? Is it updated regularly? Are your SOPs and your playbooks updated regularly? Or does one person hold the keys to all the playbooks, and then they leave the company, and then nobody knows how to do it because Bob was the only one who knew how to do that? Don't hoard knowledge. Hoarding knowledge doesn't make you more powerful. Okay? I think a lot of people confuse hoarding of knowledge with power, when all it does is make your enterprise weaker if you don't share that knowledge. So, and then do you actually practice what you preach? Does the security team have one set of rules? Always logging in as admin, but then you're admonishing others for doing the same? So these 5 here are just my suggestion, and this always can be improved upon. But the bottom line is, make sure your information security program has a clearly defined set of purpose and guidance that is adaptable to your users' needs, your team's needs, your organization's needs, and the changing world around us. You may have pages and pages of those SOPs or those playbooks or those guidelines. It might be stored on your intranet, but can people actually find them? Do they know where they are? Have they been updated? Does it reference an outdated version of an iPhone? Do you think anybody's going to take security advice seriously if you're referring to a Zune on your site? And do you have something succinct in layman's terms that people can follow? Sure, you may have more advanced users. Then guess what? Then you can create a second set of instructions. How many times, I know that I've run into this, when you try to discuss security with one of the IT folks who, because they're in IT, think they know as much or more than you, especially me being a woman, in security. Well, they don't, because security is my job, not theirs. So fine, if you need to create a more high-tech level explanation to account for those people, do it. Do it. Don't fight them. They're going to look down on you no matter what. So, you know what? If you want them to be secure, speak to them in their language. If you want the less tech-savvy people to be more secure, speak to them in their language. It's not one size fits all. Library science, information security, growing organisms. You need to grow and morph and change to serve the different needs of the users you have. So what do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Do you think a 5 laws of information security could work? Right? Awesome. Any thumbs down? Anybody who wants to like huff out of here? You're kind of on the fence. I get it. No, I get you. I get you. It's hard. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, thank you. Yes. And the ones that I came up with may not be perfect, I'm just kind of spitballing here, because then goes back to, we need that authoritative body. We need more input. This needs more work. But I'm introducing something brand new here. This is a first draft. But I want you to think about this. And if we can't do this as a community, do it for your own enterprise. Do it for your own organization. But wait, there's more. Okay. One other thing I want to cover is the reference interview. But, spoiler alert, I have given this talk many times, and I am not going to go into it again today because this itself is an hour-long talk. This is actually a slide from one of the early versions of the talk that I've given. So, most notably, I've given this talk, Empathy as a Service to Create a Culture of Security, at DerbyCon 2019. I was one of the speakers at the very last DerbyCon, which, side note, I was stunned when they accepted my talk because I thought that was a very highly technical conference. But as it turns out, highly technical people need to know what empathy is and how to apply it. So I was very pleased how well my talk went over there. And then I was also a keynote speaker for the Diana Initiative in 2020 for this talk. So you can view my full talk, either one, DerbyCon or Diana Initiative, on YouTube. I do have my last slide, I have a link to my link tree, which all my talks will be posted there. Don't watch it now, just watch it later, make some popcorn, it's good. But for those of you who have not seen this talk or heard about the reference interview before, I'm going to go over a quick rundown of what each of these steps means. So this is a 7-step procedure that is often used in libraries called the reference interview as a way to really get to the root of what a user needs, what a user wants. So 1, approachability. Are people in your organization scared to report that they clicked on a fish? Or are they scared to report and scared to approach the security team in general? Guess what? You have an approachability problem and you need to fix it. Now, I'm not saying you go out and you give, hugs and, unicorns and pink bunnies and all that stuff. You don't have to swing the pendulum that way. Be a human. Be empathetic, understand that security is not their job, it's yours, and these things can be very scary and intimidating. You need to have an approachability factor. There's so many stories I could tell you, and I'll just tell you one very quickly, how approachability saved one of the companies I worked for. Somebody from the marketing department said, we're gonna have the CMO of this insert really popular app here talk to our marketing team and of like 200 folks. And I want them all to download their new app that they're going to release so that we can all, make it a good impression on the person, blah, blah, blah. But they were too afraid to submit it to the general security email. So this came to me directly. And I said, let me look into that app for you. Oh, it took me all of like 2 minutes to go, oh, hell no. No, this is a very insecure product and we are not doing this. So, I did not admonish her. I just laid it out to her. I said, look, these are the insecurities. I do not advise this. I really do not want, please do not encourage people to download this. Long story short, I got in trouble for handling something independently, but I made the right call. That's a talk for drinks another time. But I was approachable. I solved a potential problem that could have been huge. We would have had 250 people downloading an insecure product and using it, and then probably forgetting about it and leaving that insecure app on the network. And because I was approachable, I was able to nip that in the bud. I still take pride in that, even though I got in trouble. Interest, care about your job. If you don't like being in this industry, there's so many other jobs out there. I really have disdain for people with a bad attitude. It really just irritates me. I made a choice to come into infosec, okay? I want to be here. I want to help people, and I think you should too. Take an interest in solving the problems, not pushing them aside. I mentioned earlier Betty, right, who just kept submitting the daily wrap-up of the company, blindly because she thought she was supposed to. I took an interest in her problem, solved it, and also gave her some other fishing tips along the way. You'll be surprised how much taking an interest in your users can actually eliminate a lot of the problems you see on your network. Listening. Train yourself to listen for what people don't say. Yes, what they don't say. For example, Oftentimes, I would have an employee say to me, I got an email, I clicked on a link, it went to this weird-looking website, and now I'm calling you. Okay, let's rewind the tape there for a second. So I asked a very pointed question. Well, what happened between you looking at the weird website and you calling me? Oh, well, it asked me to fill in my username and password, and then it didn't do anything, so I called you. Okay, well, your password is now compromised, so I'm glad you called. And did not say those words exactly, but, but why didn't they say that? Either they didn't know it was important because security is my job and not theirs. Maybe they were embarrassed. Maybe they knew they did something wrong and they were too ashamed or didn't know how to phrase it. But again, through approachability and through listening to what they didn't say, I was able to piece together what happened and was very quickly able to block off their account, change the password so we didn't have an issue. You need to understand that a lot of times users don't know what is important to us. So this is why you need to train yourself to listen for what they don't say. And a lot of people have problems, struggle with this, and ask me for assistance. So this is a guideline I can offer you that might help. You know the checklist in your head how to remediate an issue. If you don't know it in your head, then physically write it down or type it somewhere. Tick off the boxes when they mention things. If there's a box left unticked, that's when you circle back and you ask the specific question to get that box ticked. And it may be nothing. They may just be saying, oh yeah, I just closed it, I didn't do anything. Okay, but they didn't say that. So rather than have an unknown, just ask. Interviewing. So while it's good to be good at listening, again, circle back and ask those questions in a non-threatening way, non-mocking way. You're not out to humiliate someone. You're there to troubleshoot. Ask specific questions to get the answers you need to fix the problem. And sometimes you do get resistance. One time I knew for a fact that a user had given up his banking username and password because of the blinky box tools that we have. I was able to clearly see the post request where he was giving up his information on a fake bank site. But he swore up and down that he didn't do it, that he didn't do it, that he didn't do it. And I'm like, I got receipts, dude. Inside my head, I'm saying that. So I left him with all the contact information for his bank. I was like, okay, well, you know what? I think you might want to reach out to your bank. Here's all their legitimate, information. So I get it. I get that not everybody's going to be willing to work with you. Leave them with something that they can do in their power, and then you've done everything you can, and then document, document, document. Searching. I've already mentioned it a bunch lately. OSINT, human. Whatever you need to do to get a second opinion if you're not sure about something, or get help solving a problem. I can't stress this enough. Sometimes a single phone call can solve something. Just another quick story. I always like to have story time. Remember, librarian aspect, we'll do all these little tidbits of story time. I was working late one night. I saw one of the computers in Europe was going nuts, lighting up the enterprise, lighting up the network. And because of the time of day it was over there, I was like, oh, this is sketchy. I looked up who the user was immediately. It was a security guard. Okay, it's probably an overnight security guard. They were downloading a bunch of stuff. Reached out using the company, internal chat system, not getting any answers. It dawns on me, this person might not speak English. So I went to an online translator. The very first sentence was, I am using an online translator, and then proceeded to ask my questions. Response right away in that non-English language. Threw it into the translator, went back and forth. He was just bored downloading photos. I asked him to stop. He did. He was so sorry. And I then walked him through, using the translator, how to run the antivirus and all that stuff, all these things remotely. Done. I didn't panic. I didn't think this is it, the Russians took over the network. Look into stuff. And then had that thought of, oh, he might not speak English. Do things like that. But also, I stress, if you're going to use an online translator, tell the person you're using an online translator, because it doesn't really translate exactly well, and it might look really strange to them, and that might also give them pause. But also that's why I use the internal messaging system. But again, he knew, okay, she's using an online translator. This is why the language looks very strange to me. So answering, what does your correspondence or messages look like to your consumers? Do you sign off? Do you have a SIG file? Or do they know that they're corresponding with the manager or a SOC analyst? And that's not like an elitist thing, but if you're an end user experiencing a problem, I kind of like to know who I'm dealing with. I know I'm going to make a bad joke here, but yeah, I need to speak to a manager. Well, yeah, because maybe you're not really getting anywhere with someone. And that's a fair assessment. Maybe that analyst doesn't care about their job and maybe isn't doing all these steps that we're talking about today. So, again, how do you tell your internal customers, that you're working on things for them? In my talk, again, I don't want to give too many spoilers because I want you to watch my original talk, but I give a sample of an email that 2 sentences convey 4 very important pieces of information. It acknowledges the person's problem. It told them, when to expect an answer. It acknowledged what the issue was, things like that. So your correspondence doesn't have to be pages and pages long. It just has to be succinct and give information. I know that I, as a customer, would feel so much better having a 2-sentence email that had 4 pieces of information to know, oh, I can expect to hear back from them by the end of the day tomorrow. They know that I reported a suspicious email. They know who I am. I know who I'm talking to. That would put me at ease. And then follow-up. Are these solutions you put into place actually working? No, I don't expect you to follow up with every single Betty in your organization, but can you just tell by looking at your logs? Are things that you put in place working? Are you still having the same amount of false positives or all other indicators? Are these things working? Do you really check up on this? Or if you do have an individual frequent flyer who always contacts security, do you check up with them periodically? Those things are important because some people might need a little extra hand-holding. And yes, some of those people might be executives, okay? If you have an executive who travels around the world a lot, are they going to different countries? It's like, oh, have we scanned your phone since you got back from Vietnam? We should probably do that. Are you following up on things? This is another way that you can, get ahead of potential problems and really nip them in the bud through follow-up. So, I'm going to start to wrap this up now. So, what did we learn today? We can learn from library science that, there are so many applicable lessons and failures to be learned, but let's talk about the lessons and the positives. Raise your quick show of hands. Do you feel like you've learned something new today that you can apply to information security? You feel like you've learned something? Excellent. There's a lot we can learn. There's still more we can learn. Please go back and watch my Empathy as a Service to create a culture of security. Like I said, that whole talk is just about the reference interview, and I go in a lot deeper with that. We could really use 5 laws of information security as a guideline. We could really use a standard vocabulary. These are things we need to work towards as an industry and as a community. And just look at all these things that we went through today. And yes, I'll figure out how to get my slides posted, but use the reference interview techniques to adapt them to your particular situation. I know it's not one size fits all. Remember, the library and security is a growing organism. Change them as you need to, but have some guidelines in mind. At the very root of it, security is human-centric, and we need to think about it that way. That's what the library did. The library knows that it's dependent upon users. They keep all kinds of stats about their circulation and who comes through the door and all that stuff, because that's how they get their money a lot of times, based on grants. So think of it that way. You need to think of the human element, how you can improve security. So I kind of already asked this already, but just last show of hands. Everybody feel good about this? You feel like library science can help us in the future? Everybody feel good? Excellent. All right, you've been a fantastic audience. Thank you very much. I'm Tracy Mayleaf, infosec Sherpa. You can see my talks and articles and things like that on my link tree. Thanks for coming. And I'm happy to take questions and whatnot. Yes, in the back. Can you come to the mic? I'm sorry, it's really hard to hear.
So in my field, there's a term which isn't relevant, but translating the term from a technical definition for people who are working in the space to a non-technical definition for executives and policy people, there's a big disconnect in what they actually end up hearing. Like they don't understand. They are thinking one thing and we're thinking a completely different thing. What's the best way to reconcile the fact that the technical definitions?
I mean, how big of an organization are we talking? Is it something that you can actually have like face-to-face meetings or?
Too big.
Too big, okay. Can you have, do you have a carved out piece on the intranet that people can go to where you can establish these explanations and terms and like make a big deal about drawing people to it?
There's a lot of competing people, but they're all trying to explain it to executives, and the executives are like, we got it, and you're like, you didn't get it.
Is there somebody at the company who has an authority to oversee like language and stuff like that? Sorry, I don't have all the answers.
I know. This is a thing of like the community as a whole has this problem.
Yeah.
It's at every single company. It's at like the government's got making.
I'm probably going to have to ruminate on this a little bit.
Yeah,
I apologize. I don't have an answer off the top of my head. But if you want to like maybe just like tweet that question at me, I can give it some thought. Maybe like write a blog post about it or something. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't answer off the top of my head, but I don't have all the answers. So thanks for coming. Okay. Yeah, sure, I can. Especially if there's another speaker coming, I can get out of here.
All right. Okay, so if you have any other questions, we're going to be getting another speaker going, but Tracy's going to be out in the hallway. If you have anything, thank you so much for coming. Thank you to our sponsors as well. And Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to BSides. We've got Russell and Chris here. They're going to be doing cyber threat modeling, so sounds pretty cool. Once again, thanks, and I'm going to hand it off.
Hi there, everyone. Okay, we are from RMS. Next slide. My name is Russell Thomas, and I've been at RMS about 3 years, give or take. I come to the organization with a background in data science at a regional bank, PhD work in computational social science, and before that, high-tech enterprise, R&D, marketing, manufacturing, bachelor's of science in electrical engineering and management. Chris?
My name's Chris Voss. I've been at RMS for about 7 years.
Closer to the mic.
Been at RMS about 7 years. Been working on our cyber risk model since the outset. I have a background in mathematical modeling, particularly in the context of natural catastrophes. So I have a master's in risk and environmental hazards and a bachelor's in physical geography, both from universities in the UK, as you can probably tell from my accent. So, as Russell mentioned, we do cat modeling. And for many of you in the audience, when we say those words, this might be what comes to mind. However, unfortunately today, we won't be spending the next 45 minutes checking out different designs of denim jackets for cats and that sort of stuff. Instead, what we'll be talking about is catastrophe modeling, which is a field within mathematical modeling focusing on quantifying the risk associated with rare, severe phenomena, things like hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, pandemics, and of course, cyber attacks. What we have on this lovely slide here, back one please, Russell. It's just an example of some realistic but synthetic hurricane tracks from our North Atlantic hurricane model. So I'll pass over to Russell.
So when we say rare catastrophic events, one of the features of this talk is going to be some Seinfeld memes. I think we would all agree this particular episode where Frank Costanza fell backwards on a little Fusili Jerry statue and ended up in the proctologist office as a very rare, very catastrophic event.
So as we mentioned, Russell and I focus on cyber risk modeling, but this is just one of a whole suite of different catastrophe models that RMS builds. Our firm builds everything from North Atlantic hurricane models to European flood models, Asian earthquake models, and terrorism, pandemic, and of course, cyber risk models. So our primary clients sit within the insurance sphere. This little slide here just kind of gives an overview of the insurance value chain, starting from individual companies who, if they want to buy insurance, will speak with insurance brokers. They'll get a policy off an insurance company, but those insurance companies typically don't want to. Sorry. Those companies don't want to hold all the risk on their balance sheet, so typically they interact with reinsurers to shift some of that off. And you can see the flow of risk from left to right here. Now, RMS as a company provides risk quantification tools and services throughout this value chain. In the context of cyber risk, we're primarily on the sort of right-hand side, insurers, reinsurance brokers, and reinsurers themselves. So what do we actually mean by risk? Well, very simply, risk is often defined as being the product of likelihood and impact. Now, in our context, impact actually means the direct financial losses experienced by companies that unfortunately are on the bad end of a cyber incident. Now, on the right-hand side here, you can see some of the types of impacts that are considered by our modeling. You can see everything from lost revenue that occurs during an incident. So, of course, as we know, when a bad ransomware incident occurs, often that means that a company can't operate at 100%. So we'll be quantifying that sort of thing. Quantifying forensics costs, incident response costs, some kinds of fines, notification costs and ransom payments and that sort of thing. However, what we don't quantify is things like post-incident upgrades, loss to share value, and this sort of thing. And that's primarily because these are the sorts of losses that are not covered by insurance contracts in the cyber insurance sphere. Next, please. So as a result, we really focus on incidents that are above a particular severity threshold. We're really only interested in stuff that causes realized financial pain to companies, not so much about other kind of incidents that perhaps network security folks are concerned about, intrusions that they want to follow up, etc. But we're really interested in if it results in a financial loss, we're interested. If it doesn't, not so much. Yes, please. And as part of this, we model a diverse range of different types of cyber incidents, everything from data breaches to ransomware attacks, wipers, cloud outages, and this sort of thing. And each of those different, what we would call sub-perils of cyber, have different likelihoods and different associated financial losses. And of course, depending on what type of company we're talking about, a small company versus a large company, the likelihoods might be different. Depending on what industry we're talking about, the likelihoods also might be different. Next, please.
Okay, a quick show of hands. Does anybody here work in the insurance industry, cyber risk? Okay, interesting. Anybody here do risk modeling as a business as opposed to, okay. So what I want to contrast here in this next series of slides is how the different perspectives of risk vary and overlap, but are significantly different. And that's really critical to understand how we approach modeling and how it may be different, especially from the enterprise. So if you're a risk manager in an enterprise, essentially all risks, all bad things that can happen to your business are important. So if you get hit with a really bad event, causes big financial losses or big reputation damage, you've got to go in front of your board or something, that could be a catastrophe as you define it. But from a population standpoint, if you're the only organization get hit by that, the population, or the people that look at populations like governments and regulators, they may not see this as an extraordinary event. It's bad for one, but not necessarily for the population. But if you start seeing events hitting many organizations essentially or roughly in the same time, especially the same type of attack and attack severity, now we've got a population level catastrophe. Now, it's critical to understand that insurance companies view and manage cyber risk in the context of a portfolio. That's how they decide what the premiums are going to be and what the rules for coverage are going to be, how much capital to allocate, and how to even acquire reinsurance and report to regulators. So portfolios have boundaries, who's in and who's out. Portfolios have rules of coverage in terms of conditions, and even every customer is going to buy different levels of coverage. So while a single insurer may look at the population and sort of take that advantage perspective, they're always looking at a subset. And a key part of the RMS product is to help insurance customers go from the population or macro view down to their particular portfolio view and say, what does this mean for the types of customers we cover? So what RMS does in our model is, in this version 6 that we've just introduced, we model a synthetic population of all firms above a certain size threshold. And further, we separate this synthetic population by the industrial sector as well as the geographic jurisdiction. And critical to our modeling is what's the footprint of given attacks? And we're concerned about how many threat actors there are and their campaigns and what are their footprints. And different campaigns can have different footprints, and that can affect who's affected and how many. So some may be horizontal, some may be vertical, and in the worst case scenarios, they may cover a very, very large portion of the population. And this is really of prime concern to our customers and to our models.
Cool. Thanks, Russell. So to sort of formalize this, I think it's helpful to sort of reiterate a couple of things. So the first of which is that we can think about risk in two categories. We can think about what's called attritional risk, and essentially these are incidents, like Russell mentioned at the very beginning, which are sort of independent, which can still be substantial in scale, but are not associated with many, many companies being hit. So an example of that would be something like the 2017 Equifax data breach, which was brutal for Equifax, but it's not like it hit thousands and thousands of companies simultaneously. Then we have tail risk, which in our parlance is really focusing on low probability, high severity events that hit many, many companies simultaneously. So these are things like WannaCry and NotPetya might be examples of tail risk. And of course, we can all imagine much more terrifying examples than any of those, that might potentially occur. Next, please. So we wanted to sort of touch on how this influences insurance premium, because that might be something that, a touch point that you folks have, directly with the insurance industry. And so insurance premium really is covering the average loss or the mean loss that your company might experience in a given year. And this includes both attritional and tail risk. So on the right-hand side, I've got a very super simplified example of an imaginary company. And let's say an insurance company comes up with a $10,000 technical premium. Now, a technical premium essentially is defined as being the amount they're charging directly to cover the losses that you might, the claims that you might bring. It doesn't include profit or other sorts of costs. So next one, please, Russell. So again, these numbers are made up, but hopefully it will help us follow through. So the attritional component you can see here is about $7,500. And the way that this might be computed, again, this is a simplification, is that you might take the mean loss that the company might experience conditional on an incident. So given that they've experienced an incident, on average, what's the dollar cost? And then what you do is you combine that with information about the likelihood of that happening or the probability of that happening, in this case, 5% for easy numbers, and then you get what's a probability weighted loss, which in this case is $7,500. But that only covers the attritional component, those sort of independent events. What you also need to consider is the tail component, which is often called the catastrophe load. And this is then considering, okay, what about all those events which might hit loads of companies simultaneously? In this case here, our example is saying that on average, if our company gets caught up in one of those events, that the loss is going to be $250,000 on average, but there's only about a 1% chance in a given year that this company gets caught up in this. And when we do the probability weighted loss, we get 2,500, sum them, and we get 10,000. Next, please. So one thing that we thought is kind of useful to mention is that Russell spoke about the different scales of risk and what's catastrophic in the eyes of an enterprise versus the eyes of an insurance company or the eyes of a population. And it's worth mentioning that for an individual company, you could imagine that perhaps a brutal double extortion event might be the worst case scenario, right? Where all of their commercially confidential information gets stolen, personal information that they have gets stolen and leaked, and at the same time their operations grind to a halt because everything's encrypted. Horrendous. However, due to the scaling properties of double extortion, those sorts of attacks might not be the drivers of population-level catastrophe risk. It might be something like a wiper that is just rolled out through a worm or something like that instead. And ultimately, depending on the angle at which you're approaching risk management, you might be concerned about certain types of incidents over others. Next, please. So before we really get into the meat of the presentation, we thought it'd be helpful to really spell out what catastrophe models in particular, our cyber risk model does and what it doesn't do. What it does is assesses the likelihood of different loss outcomes. We're not trying to make predictions of exactly what will happen. Now, to use a simple, maybe appropriate analogy in Las Vegas, if we imagine a dice, what our model is saying is that the dice has 6 sides, and each side has 1/6 probability of it being rolled. What we're not saying is that the next roll is going to be a 2. If we did know that, then we wouldn't be here, and we'd be in the casino instead. What else does it do? Well, what it really tries to aim to do is to capture the key drivers of risk. What we're not trying to do is reflect all of the complexity of the real world, all of the huge depth of technical complexity that you're all super aware of, and all the complexity of decision making of threat actors. Ultimately, we're trying to identify what is really driving risk. And ultimately, this comes back to the fact that all mathematical models are simplifications of the world. They are helpful decision-making tools, but they're not supposed to, reflect all of the ugly details of the real world. And finally, what our models do is they complement expert judgment as a decision-making tool. They're not supposed to replace humans because, as I mentioned before, these models are simplifications, so we need expert judgment on top of it. Some people might think that the output is too high, too low, et cetera, et cetera. So now that we've sort of laid the groundwork of that, we'll move on to our first lesson, which is the benefits of causal risk modeling. Next, please. So a causal model is a model that represents the causal or mechanistic relationships in a system. On the flip side, statistical models are models that reflect the mathematical or statistical relationship between different variables. Next slide, please. So here we have a toy example of a statistical model that you might use in the context of cyber risk. So this follows a very popular framework, the frequency-severity framework. So on the left-hand side here, we have a probability distribution showing the likelihood of a company experiencing an incident. Here you can see there's like a 75% chance that it doesn't experience an incident, just over 20% chance that it experiences one incident, and a small percentage that it hits 2, 3, or 4 incidents. And then on the right-hand side, you have the severity side, which basically says, given that a company has experienced an incident, what are the range of potential dollar loss outcomes and their associated likelihood. So on the right-hand side, that's a probability density function. So essentially where the curve is highest, you're sort of most likely to see an outcome. But we can see that all the way down to very large numbers, there's a chance that the loss plays out this way. One thing that these kinds of models are good for is when you have a lot of data. But what they're not very good for is trying to quantify very, very extreme outcomes that you haven't observed. If I want to ask the question, what's the likelihood that next year 25% of companies get nailed with a wiper? This sort of model can't help me because we haven't observed anything like that in the past. We need to use different techniques. Pass over to Russell.
Yeah, so just to underline that last point, I want to share a brief story, conversation I had 2008 or 9 with a famous security consultant, keynote speaker, and is that 15 minutes? Did you just wait 15 minutes? Thank you. Scared me. So anyway, he was arguing against the possibility of ever quantifying low probability, high magnitude loss. His argument was, if you take infinitesimal probabilities against incredibly large numbers, your margin of error, you can end up with any result. So he was just trying to dissuade me and other people from going down that path. So coming back to our Seinfeld meme, how would you, or any of you, estimate the likelihood, probability, the risk associated with this particular loss event? Well, I would challenge you to take a standard statistical model of frequency and severity and apply it to this. It's very hard to get off the ground and have any credible information. So what we at RMS do in our version 6 model is we model a synthetic world that has all of the key elements, firms, software, vulnerabilities, campaigns, threat actors, and we connect them in a mechanistic or causal chain. So in this case, if we wanted to include this, we'd have to have a threat actor of the type Kramer. And Kramer would have to have the capability of building weird things like little statues. And his attack pattern would be leaving that statue on the ground where somebody might fall on it. And then the causal mechanism is, how is somebody like Frank, the potential victim with vulnerability here, likely to fall? And if he falls, what's the likelihood that he's going to fall in a particular way that he's going to have to visit a proctologist?
So to go a little bit deeper into this synthetic world, as Russell described, we here are really trying to call out, as I mentioned earlier on, the key drivers of risk in the cyber kind of risk ecosystem. So here what you'll see is components, everything from individual threat actors that we spawn that have various different characteristics, size, skill, motivation, etc. Things like software, different kinds of software that exist with different market share and what kinds of companies use those pieces of software. vulnerabilities, of course, which are crucial to understand, and the rate at which those vulnerabilities spawn and their characteristics, and of course, what their exploitation kind of characteristics look like. But then also things like the different ways in which threat actors can gain initial access into corporates, right? Things like social engineering have extremely different scaling characteristics to worms, for example, and modeling the specific ways in which those play out is super important. Next slide. So those of you kind of who work in a field a little bit closer to ours might be wondering, how on earth do you operationalize all of that? Well, so this is a bit of a simplification, but ultimately the way that this works is for 50,000 synthetic years, what we do is we initialize a world in which you have software with different market share characteristics, different vulnerabilities that have been spawned with various different characteristics, and then of course putting into place different ways in which threat actors can get into companies and different bad things that they can do once they're inside. And then those threat actors essentially are able to evaluate their different options each year, and Russell will talk a little bit later on about how we go about that. And then these threat actors will choose what nefarious thing they decide to do. And we essentially rinse and repeat this process, exploring lots of different states of the world, because none of us can, write down on a piece of paper now exactly what's going to happen from a vulnerabilities perspective, over the coming year. So we need to explore a broad range of potential outcomes. And once you repeat this process, essentially what happens is you get synthetic attacks occurring, some of which are much larger in scale than others. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, just those of you who might be familiar with epidemiological models of infectious disease, especially across a network or a geography, similar structure. Those models take the bacteria point of view or the virus point of view, and the hosts, the susceptible hosts, are sort of provide the backdrop for the virus to move around. So in this case, the threat actors take the primary active role in decision making and determine what campaigns happen, and firms and enterprise, by their policies and practices, more or less determine the environment in which they operate.
Cool. So as you can imagine, building this sort of model as opposed to a statistical model is a huge amount of work, both from a time, effort, and data requirements perspective. So why on earth did we, put ourselves through all of that? Well, as we mentioned earlier on, it's our firm belief that you cannot robustly quantify extreme cyber risk through simple statistical models. And through this kind of model that we've described, extreme events are emergent from this particular model. And the reason why that's the case is you will get years inside of this 50,000-year simulation where you might have an extremely large, skilled, and aggressive threat group who are operating in a year in which there are a slew of very, very high severity, broad-reaching vulnerabilities. And it's essentially the superposition of many bad things occurring at once that ultimately can result in catastrophic activity. There's also a bunch of other different benefits. I think really importantly is that assumptions in this sort of model can be directly interrogated by domain experts. If a domain expert wants to ask, how do you consider patching? And how do you consider that some companies are slower at patching than others? If you ask that question to the statistical model that we mentioned at the beginning, that question doesn't make any sense. There's no notion of patching inside of that model whatsoever. Whilst in the context of a causal model such as our own, you have particular components that are directly addressing that sort of phenomenon in real life, and you can make sure that you are capturing the process in a robust manner, both from a quantitative and a qualitative perspective. Do you want to add anything else?
Okay, let's just move on next.
Yeah, so we're kind of taking a little longer than we'd hoped, but so good news on empirical data. So there's a lot of good news, I think, on the empirical data front. I think it's things like the frameworks that MITRE have produced, things like the attack, CAPEC, and defend frameworks, for us have helped absolutely enormously in terms of providing a common language to describe different phenomena, but also as a way to be able to homogenize data from different sources. If you've got source A and source B, both tracking threat actor activity, and they're describing, persistence technique, lateral movement techniques, all these sorts of things, using the same language, for us, that makes things a million times easier. So this is really great. Next. I think incident data is becoming much more readily reported. In the past, things like data breaches were, pretty commonly reported due to regulatory reasons. But I think more and more companies are becoming less ashamed of announcing that they've experienced a ransomware incident or other kinds of incidents like that. And for us, more data results in better models.
And just quickly, regulatory influence, Securities and Exchange Commission, privacy reporting requirements are all, and obviously the European requirements are all positive here. And from our standpoint, our customer standpoint, we look forward to more of this being more comprehensive.
Cool. On top of that, there's a whole series of publicly available and extremely well-structured data on vulnerabilities. To some extent, also on exploits. I think there's still some perhaps some work to be done there. But again, that's incredibly useful from our perspective. Next. I think something else that we really want to call out is the substantial body of really high-quality, statistically robust work that sort of is out in the literature. Big shout out to the folks at Scientia, but also folks at Verizon and various other different reports. I think this sort of information, really is positive for the discipline of cyber risk quantification in general.
Just historical context. Some of you maybe have been around in the industry long enough to remember cost of a data breach reports by an organization beginning with the letter P. So we have significantly advanced beyond that.
And then finally, there's some really great work that's going on in the broader community, where there are very talented, dedicated professionals putting their, data science, statistics, and I guess cybersecurity knowledge together to put together products such as the EPSS, which is the Exploit Prediction Scoring System. This is super interesting, both from our perspective at the macro level, but I think also for, practitioners as providing, valuable insights to the probability of individual exploits being, of individual vulnerabilities being exploited to help with things like prioritization, a big improvement over the CVSS severity system. So all of this foundation of data was really a prerequisite for us to even consider this sort of model. Certain areas we definitely feel, are a little bit more tractable with current data than others. I think we're very comfortable with where we are with things like software, vulnerability spawning, patching, the costs of individual attacks, as well as the mechanisms around initial access vectors.
And the flip side, there's some not so good news. So in general, in this arena, we're always going to be suffering with relatively short time series compared to natural phenomena like earthquakes and floods and so on. So even if you can collect 20 or 30 years of data, really only the last 10 years and sometimes 5 years is applicable, because then you have an environment that's more or less consistent with where you're operating today. So we are constantly having to go through data analysis and data evaluation process with any empirical data source as to how far back in time we go and how we make use of that. And of course, as we look forward, the dynamic nature of what we're dealing with is crucial. I'll just mention an area of my own work in modeling high-level financial theft from banks, which was a very active area for certain nation states 3 to 5 years ago, but those nation states have shifted to cryptocurrency thefts. So one of the things we have to evaluate in a practical sense is if we're going to be putting out a model that our customers are going to be using for the next year, how much do we anticipate things that may be in the process of changing? Will the prevalence of ransomware continue for the next 12 to 18 to 24 months, the same as it has? Now, crucially, there's still struggling for information around incidents, especially breaking down the loss event into categories that we can use. What's publicized is not always the most important or the most useful. And the biggest gap of all is information about threat actors. And I'll just give a shout out. I had some conversations over the last couple of days and put out over Twitter, proposing a project, collaborative project, around modeling threat actor capability, evolution, and change. So if anybody is interested in getting involved with that, think of it as sort of like an attack framework, but focused on threat actors, not from a threat intel point of view, not indicators of compromise and TTPs, but their organizational capabilities and their value chains. So come up and see me afterward. So this leaves us with the need to fill in the gaps with data with expert knowledge. So we mentioned here threat actors, and one area I worked on was how do threat actors make decisions around campaigns given the options available? I just got the 10-minute notice, so I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. I hope that's okay. So we're going to walk through a simplified example from the end result backwards. So the end result we have in our choice model is choice probabilities. Here, 6 campaigns are available to this threat actor, and what we end up here with choice probability, and a random draw is made based on those probabilities to the campaign choice. And the choice probabilities here are simply the normalized outcome scores. So how do we get the outcome scores? And how do we come up with 6 campaigns? Well, in this particular case, it's 3 initial access vectors, cross product with 2 particular attack types, execution techniques. So we've got ransomware, data exfiltration, and 3 different ways of getting into the population. And given their weighted attractiveness, that determines the outcome score for each. Now, weighted attractiveness is sort of where the magic happens here. We need to discern the relative attractiveness of the firms to these different types of an attack. So a firm that's highly attractive to a ransomware person is not necessarily as attractive to a different attacker, or even the same attacker if they're trying to exfiltrate a bunch of confidential health information. So we'll move on to the next one.
So this next lesson is, I guess, a bit more of a tutorial for those of you who are kind of interested in, applying simple statistical methods to your risk quantification work. So we're going to be talking about probability distribution. So probability distribution is essentially a mathematical function listing a range of possible outcomes for a particular process and the corresponding likelihoods. On the right-hand side here, we have a normal or a Gaussian distribution, bell-shaped curve, for adult male height in the United States. Next, please. Now, using observations, we can actually come up with some reasonable parameters for what this mathematical function might look like. Next. And the benefits of fitting these functions are quite numerous, actually. The first of which is enables you to estimate the likelihood of different outcomes. If you wanted to know what's the chance that someone is more than 6'3" tall, you can ask that to this mathematical function. You can ask also what's the likelihood that they're between 5 foot and 5'5" tall. You can also ask that sort of thing. It also enables you to determine the likelihood of unobserved outcomes, and enables you to generate synthetic data through sampling. In this case here, Russell just showed, if I ask this function, give me 5 numbers, it will draw in a way that's proportionate to the probability density. Next. So how would you actually go about doing this? In this imaginary example, we're saying, if I go around my local town and measure the height of 100 different men, I might get a histogram like you can see on the top right. Sorry, it's a little bit small. And if I was thinking, okay, what sort of probability distribution do I want to fit to this? There's lots of different considerations that I might want to make, but one of them should be, what is my prior knowledge about this particular process? You can see in the histogram it's bimodal, meaning it has 2 humps. However, having lived as a human for a number of years, I know that actually, in general, there's a sort of a smooth spectrum of height, and there's not a valley of height in the male population. So we're going to choose a unimodal distribution next. So in order to actually fit this, there's a lot of different tools that can really make your life easy. We use various different languages in our team. I quite like Julia. And what you can see here is you can fit that red line on the right-hand side with just a single line of code. It's not too terrifying. There's, of course, a rabbit hole that you can go down from the statistics perspective. But just to start getting familiar with this sort of stuff, there are a lot of tools out there that can really help. Now, there's a question of how good a job did I do? And there are a whole bunch of diagnostic plots that you can do, which are pretty straightforward to follow. But I'm running out of time, so I'll pass the baton over to Russell again.
So a huge lesson that we learned through our experience in modeling, the iterative process of looking at the data, generating the model, looking at the output, is our definition of tail risk. What drives that curve, whether it's in the critical area or not so critical area, is threat actor capabilities. So I want to give you a window into this process and how we arrive there. And one critical factor in this tail risk is, what is the addressable population for any attack? So the addressable population for the NotPetya attack was huge because it was a wormable Windows vulnerability, and therefore it could spread very widely. So what factors determine that addressable population? So obviously attacker strategy, exploit capability, products they're going after, and their coverage in the population. And I want to skip to the bottom, which are interdependencies between vulnerabilities if they exploit multiple vulnerabilities. A given attack may exploit 2, 3, 5, maybe even more vulnerabilities, conditional on the victim that they run into. If those relationships are OR logical relationships, that expands their market, gives them options. But if those are AND relationships, those are points of failure, because if any vulnerability, any exploit in that sequence of ANDs fails, the whole sequence fails. So we believe that attackers, when they're defining their attack strategy, either by conscious planning or by experience, essentially assemble their attack strategy to try to come up with an addressable population which fits their goals and their capabilities. So one lens on this is the initial access vector of worms. So here we've modeled just the behavior of worms and what proportion of the population that they would be able to access. And you can see, and this is an example of a sub-analysis within our broader simulation. You can see the vast majority of worms are down in the 20% range. So what's interesting is this range above 50%. This is the worst case of the worst case. And this slide here, it's a bit of an eye chart, but this is a diagnostic output from our simulation where we look at, in detail, the characteristics of these simulated attacks in the far part of the tail. So we went in and estimated, well, how prevalent are multiple vulnerabilities, cross-OS vulnerabilities? Are they wormable or not? And we created our own simulated world of these. And this helps us evaluate, are these assumptions realistic? Does this correspond to what anybody has said from an expert opinion? And we can go back and refine that. So I'm not going to read all of these points, but this iterative process about, well, how bad can things get? What does it take for an attacker to really attack a very high portion of the population led us to not only produce the quantitative output, but the reasoning behind why this is relatively rare, more rare than some Cassandras might be claiming.
Cool. So almost wrapped up. We thought, we've been speaking about doom and gloom, so we thought we'd share what some of the output of our modeling is in terms of how bad can bad be. So we can ask the question of our model, what are the characteristics of the most rare and broadly hitting events? So here we're talking about stuff that we think it has a less than a 1% chance of happening next year. You can also say it has less than a 1 in 100 chance of happening next year. So our model suggests that about 9.4% or greater firms are likely to experience an incident from a common cause. This is sort of in the realm of our worst case. And we think this is most likely to be driven by worms. There's also a chance of supply chain attacks on very, very large vendors. And we think the payload is very likely to be wipers, partly because of the threat actor motivation, on the state-sponsored side, but also because ransomware attacks typically have, on the sort of business side for the threat actors, they need to process a large number of transactions. Whilst a wiper, it's possible for you to just drop it and walk away. And over back onto Russell.
Last point. So I've been in this business for quite a while. 2007, I presented to an angel investor group incubator with a bright idea of a research agenda, investment opportunity for quantifying information security risk and making it financially material to executives. And I got blank stares and polite nods. And then I invited myself back again. I said, I want to give another presentation because I want to get something going. And they said, I think our calendar's full here. But I kept going. And I know people in this room and people in the audience watching on YouTube have been on this journey for similar time periods. 2022 is a different time. We wanted to have a whole bunch of corporate logos and organization logos of all the people participating in this world now, some of the people here in this room. I kind of feel like we're in a golden age of risk quantification and information security. There are so many more participants now. There are so many more good platforms and initiatives, academic conferences and resources. So if anybody is interested in getting involved with this for a start, I'd be happy to talk with you. If anybody's been in it for a while and you want to up your game or get more involved, be happy to talk. Last but not least, this event in the Ground Truth track is evidence of how far this community's come in the past 15 or so years. So I told my UK colleague Chris that the American audience was very active in asking questions and engaging in conversation. So now is your opportunity to do this as we get our microphone set up.
Hello, Russ.
Get close.
Hello, Russ.
Hi.
I presume that slide at the beginning where you're modeling risk as
A little closer.
as a result of impact times probability was just a straw man argument that you threw out with the rest of your slides, which didn't back up that approach? Or am I completely misreading what you guys have done here? Because it doesn't, thankfully, it doesn't seem like you've gone through that dark road into multiplying apples to times oranges, and you might want to educate everybody on exactly how you are modeling risk there.
Thank you for that question. So if everybody understood it, he was saying we introduced one of the early slides, risk is likelihood times impact or severity, and that seemed in contrast to the rest of things we're doing. So in the early 2000s, there was a lot of, I will say, expert commentary driving people to do quantitative risk modeling using that simplistic formula alone and trying to get you to think about every single asset and every single vulnerability and applying that formula to every single one. I was once at a conference where a high-level person at a bank told a war story of taking his team through such an exercise and after 2 weeks gave up in exhaustion. So they had carte blanche to work on this until they got it done for some board review and they gave up. The trouble with that is it makes sense at a conceptual level. So at a very broad definitional level, the definitions are consistent. But how you get there is crucial. And it's not the same, you know, our whole presentation about causal modeling and getting to the probability of certain events happening and their conditional severity is what we think we're arguing is a viable, supportable path to getting to that risk definition.
So,
Closer.
so there are lots of domains that are modeling risk, You mentioned earlier, like finance and floods and et cetera, are there similar approaches to causal modeling in all of those domains, and is there a common methodology between them?
Yeah, I can try and talk to that a bit. So I think there are certainly overlaps in that the process of trying to create a broad range or a broad catalog of scenarios of bad things that could happen and associated likelihoods, I think is common across the board. We described, our methodology here for something like a hurricane model. What they do is they have a model that spawns low pressure systems inside of the North Atlantic and kind of tracks how they, intensify. For earthquakes, they have models on, for different fault probabilities and these sorts of things. So there's, I think, at a very high level, this notion of having a catalog of bad things that can happen, and then you combine that with the economy or an insurance portfolio to see how it comes out. However, of course, in the context of cyber, what is very different is where you've got the human decision-making angle, right? We often talk about how, you could build the most perfect synthetic world of vulnerabilities and, software, etc. But your assumptions about how threat actors make decisions ultimately is going to be what's driving, the likelihood of really bad things happening. So I think there are certainly areas of commonality, but having a man-made risk, I think, adds an additional level of uncertainty that is perhaps not in place for those natural catastrophe models. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, terrorism risk modeling, which is something that RMS does, is the closest analog, and they use similar approaches, not identical, but similar.
Hi there. I work for a very small, precious startup, and I'm in QA. I'm the closest thing they have to security. How do I get my very small, very new to the startup world, very literally young engineering team thinking about these sort of war games, these possible things that could happen? How do we react to them without scaring the pants off of them?
That is a courageous, huge, incredibly important question and challenge. And anybody in this room who claims they know the answer to that or there's a foolproof path, I think you're kidding yourselves. So everybody who encounters this, this is one of the most challenging things in the whole security world and quant risk. So I'm going to give a trite answer, but it's such a big question, it deserves more time. I invite you to join the Society of Information Risk Analysts, because I assume that you are interested in a quantitative risk approach to this question, as opposed to hand-waving or framework bashing or
Please no.
jargon hurling approaches. Okay. Society of Information Risk Analysts is a community of people, pretty grassroots, and there's lots of people and resources you can connect to that will help break that down and give you tools to make progress on it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So you were mostly, it looks like, looking at sort of a large population from the perspective of insurers and things like that. I'm wondering if you've had any experience with how well this kind of causal modeling would or wouldn't work for a company trying to predict catastrophic events happening specifically to them, for instance, to decide whether or not to invest in some sort of barrier to, or how much they should be paying for insurance, things like that.
Very good question, very forward-looking, because that's the next logical, well, I won't say the next. It is a logical progression for firms like ourselves and models like this. I will say the transition between population perspective and a firm specific, or even a value chain, which is sort of an in-between thing, is tricky from a technical and evidence, how much granularity. You notice in here, we abstract attacks into two phases, initial access and everything else. Firms care a lot about that everything else. That's the whole elevation of privilege and horizontal movement and partitioning your networks and so on. I would be very interested in talking to anybody who's interested in that path. Official announcement, RMS has been purchased by Moody's Analytics. Moody's Analytics is a famous publicly held company modeling risk across a broad portfolio, and I know that they're interested in this topic.
I will definitely come and talk to you about that afterwards. Thank you.
Hello, thanks for the talk. It was really interesting. You talked a lot about external threat actors, and I was just wondering, how do you quantify insider attacks, the likelihood and impact, given that the initial access is kind of taken care of?
So the question is about insider attacks as threat actors. Our current model does not include insider attacks. Maybe Chris can comment. It's my understanding that insider attacks are not normally covered as part of normal cyber insurance.
I mean, that may well vary from company to company, but so what we described just throughout this presentation is our framework for trying to quantify catastrophic cyber risk, right? So it's our assessment that although insider threat is definitely a big thing, the likelihood of, armies of people simultaneously deciding to, take up the mantle against their corporate oppressors is extremely unlikely. And that, the sorts of attacks that we're trying to model here around big supply chain attacks, worms from malicious external threat groups are likely to be the drivers of things. That's not to say that we don't consider internal insider threat implicitly. I mentioned earlier on, we have this kind of notion of a statistical model where you have the likelihood of certain things happening. We actually model the attritional risk through that sort of method. So we have quite a lot of data to see that these sorts of attacks do happen. So inside of our model, we sort of are implicitly capturing this, but we're not, we're not calling it out so explicitly.
So in principle, we could add insiders as a new attack category. And I don't think really anything in our framework would fundamentally change. We'd have to add TTPs that are appropriate to insiders and so forth. But as Chris said, it probably wouldn't affect our overall model output. Now, I will say, my own personal opinion, to getting back to this gentleman's question about enterprise level, I think potentially one of the most catastrophic types of attacks for an enterprise would be executive level insider attack. Executives who have enough technical savvy to go back and change your financial systems, right? So think of WorldCom type scandals and so forth. If I were an enterprise risk manager, I would have executive or privileged access that causes major financial fraud in your threat model.
Thank you.
Hi, Stefan from STX. I have a question. So we have CAT models in the past, like for hurricanes, strong wind and everything. With lots of experience, this is all natural science. We can do controlled experiments and so on. Now with cyber, we are more in social science. The environment changes permanently. Now we know, quoting Nassim Taleb, the bigger the risk or the bigger the event, the less we have a clue. Where or how do you draw the boundary between stuff we can model and stuff we fundamentally cannot model?
So I'll give us both a chance to answer this. Chris can think about it while I'm babbling on. You've raised a crucial point. So I mentioned at the start that my PhD work, it was in computational social science. Social science is a very broad, loose, not tightly integrated set of theories and methods compared to physics, for example, or chemistry. But there is a lot of things to draw on. So I mentioned in the model of threat actor decision making. That draws upon consumer choice, firm investment, so-called maximization of subjective expected utility and so forth. So we can apply these, especially in narrow contexts. We define a context of certain human behavior. For example, peer influence. To what extent do threat actors think through their own ROI versus they just follow the crowd, or they follow on the habits of what somebody else does, or they acquire a tool set from the dark web and start trying it until it doesn't work and they do something else. So there's a fairly good body of knowledge and methods and theory to inform that. Now the trick is, as you said before, and this is a matter of expert professional judgment, at what level do we apply this? How granular do we get? Is it better just to treat this as a, random dice throwing because we don't know a lot of details and there's so much uncertainty? Or can we treat it as, a rational decision-making process where the agents have a lot of information and they might even make strategic choices in a game theory sense? I'm going to trick my opponent and I'm going to fake this and do that. So that's my answer. Chris?
Yeah, I guess I'll just give some maybe slightly broader comments, which I think that ultimately, however good your model is, there needs to be an acknowledgement, I think, of the uncertainty in this field is likely to always be greater than in the context of a hurricane, for example, for many reasons. As we mentioned, you've got the whole human decision-making side of things, the threat landscape changing far quicker than, than climate change is changing hurricanes, for example. And then you've also got, I think, the observability challenge. With a hurricane, you can use satellite imagery and, ground anemometers to measure the wind speed to make sure that your model is producing realistic output. With cyber, it's extremely difficult for us to, at scale, scan the internet to see which companies actually had a ransomware strain successfully deployed on some of their servers, right? So I think it doesn't mean that that uncertainty does not mean, in my view, that this pursuit is not worth doing, because I think certainly from the insurance perspective, as soon as you insure a company, you need to start thinking about this sort of thing, and either you're sort of finger in the air or you're trying to use techniques like we're trying to use. But yeah, I think I would endorse what Russell was saying, but I think also, yeah, there needs to be an acknowledgement of a greater uncertainty in this sphere.
Thank you.
Hopefully just a quick one, which was one of your points was around the lack of incident information. One thing was around the lack of incident information. You mentioned that incident information is hard to come by. I was just wondering, since you work so closely with insurers, they're clients of yours, they sort of receive a lot of this modelling, wouldn't they have a lot of incident information from where they're paid out, and have you been able to leverage that?
So the question is, do we get information from insurance, from their claims information and others that we make use of?
So it depends. I think for insurance companies, and this is my personal take, not that of RMS, is that, insurance companies, they view their claims data as being a form of intellectual property, especially if you're an insurance company that insures many, many, many companies. That data on the frequency and the types of events and all these sorts of things is really, really valuable to you. Certain insurance companies will view that actually they'd rather not share that information with vendors such as ourselves because they don't want their competitors to benefit from that intelligence, whilst other kinds of companies maybe take a longer view that they want to, that actually having robust quantitative methods is necessary for a cyber insurance, for a healthy cyber insurance industry more broadly. So yeah, we do have some claims data from some of our clients, but we'd always like more, but we understand that actually it's a business decision making, a business decision as well as other kinds of things. Yeah.
There is an informal process where some of that information gets exchanged implicitly. It involves them running the model, them looking at their own data, and go, wait a minute, well, you're saying this and we're saying that. So whenever we get bones of contention, irritation, we're too high compared to what they think or too low, that sort of informs us indirectly about not the details, but the overall summary of where they are in the risk curve.
I think as well, actually, it's also worth noting that some insurance companies do release claims statistics reports, which are also pretty, interesting, where they, they're not releasing the names of the companies that were hit or anything, but they're saying that, for companies with less than $5 million of revenue, 2% of them in our portfolio took a claim or something like that. So I think, yeah, data is being shared, but not as openly as maybe some of us would like. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's a wrap. Thanks, everybody.
or Urban can do it. Yeah. Really?
I'm gonna say what you don't want me to say. I'm gonna be too nice to you.
That is true. Thank you. I want all my intros to be done as a wrestling intro.
I've seen at least 2 serious wrestling.
In the room or at an actual?
Different room.
See, this is what I miss when I'm just running things. People.
I guess I should leave this on, or I'll start my talk without it on.
Well, because the schedule is giving me the wrong thing.
It's okay.
So Wednesday
Yeah,
in ground truth,
Wednesday
right?
down. Oh, yeah, you had it. You had it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so Gabriel Bassett.
There you go.
Perfect.
So he's the main organizer.
I'm his deputy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, are you ready?
Whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas Ground Truth. This talk is Attack Flow from Data Points to Data Paths by Gabriel Bassett. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, PlexTrack, and BlueCat. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, except of course in Underground. And as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. Questions will be at the end. If you have a question, use the audience microphone so YouTube can hear you. I am holding that mic. I will put it back on the stand in the middle of the room. As a reminder, the BSides LV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. All of the talks are being recorded, again, except in Underground, and will be available on YouTube in the future. Please keep your masks on at all times. If you want to hear better, see better, feel free to move closer to the center and front of the room, keeping social distancing in mind. With that, let's get started. Please welcome Gabriel Bassett.
Yeah. Great. It's good that we get the clapping in now because you don't know what I'm going to say, and if it goes bad, at least I've gotten one clap for the presentation. So I am Gabriel Bassett. We're going to talk about attack flows. So we're going to do a quick introduction to it, and then we're going to do this like in the data-driven way, right? I'm going to show you a bunch of data, particularly data we use in information security before, like attack flow, what it looks like now, and then we're going to kind of walk through the process of taking data and turning it into attack flow, and then we're going to look at the data structured as attack flows. Then we'll wrap things up a little bit. And so, who am I? This is me. This is my Twitter handle. I have done a lot of graph things, and I want to take a second to talk about where that comes from, because I've been doing graph stuff for about 15 years now. And it started when I was in the government. When I was in the government, we were doing risk models, right? And so this is like way back. Because what we did is we came into our executive and we said, hey, we ran Nessus, and we showed the output of Nessus. All of the output of Nessus. And it's a little too much. And she said, go back and find a better idea. So we came back again. And this time, we grouped things. We said, this thing happened, this high risk happened 100 times. This one happened 50 times. And she goes, that's great. I don't know what that means, right? Like, so what? So okay, we go back to the drawing board. We come back and we got like the 5x5 chart, right? That has impact, likelihood and impact on it, and it's got some red, yellow, and green areas. And we go, now we know this risk is right here, right? The problem was we never could agree because it wasn't just like one person making this decision. Like I was representing the government. I had a contractor doing the testing. Then there's the people that built the system and their government representative. And we all disagreed. And the problem was, why do we disagree? Like, why can't we all just get along? Well, it turned out that it mattered on how you made assumptions. Like, when my tester makes assumptions, they would make the assumption of like, hey, here's this server, the power button isn't like covered by a door or anything. What if someone walked in and turned that off? This is a really important server. That's a high risk. Now, understandably, the other side of the government's contractor said, yes, but that server is inside of a room that has its own access system and set of credentials that's locked down to like 20 people. And that's inside of this portion of the building that is only locked down to the people who can get access to it, which is inside of that half of the building which is locked down, which is inside of the building which has its own access, which is inside the fenced area of the base, which is inside the base. And so really, the threat over here is probably not what we're worried about. We're worried about the one out here. And see, the idea is there's a path here, right? The narrative for the threat outside the building was very different from the threat inside. And so we realized, or I realized, hey, we need to be writing that down. And so I did what everyone does when they first started to do this. They get out an Excel spreadsheet and they say, is the threat inside the building or not? If you answer yes, it's high, or we add like 10, and if it's no, we add 1. We come up with a bunch of questions like that, and then we add them up, and maybe we multiply them by some random number we came up with, because then it looks prettier. And then we say, any number between this and this, that's a high risk, and these are the lows. And that doesn't work. And I apologize if anyone in the room is actually still doing this. A lot of people do, it's not just you. But the problem is people already know what they want the risk to be. And after a few times using these kinds of tables, they know how to get it out. And so they come up with some narrative that fits their mental model for what that risk should be. I want it to be high, so I know I select this, this, and this thing to make it high. And so now, not only are you not getting the narrative you needed, you're getting some false narrative. And so I said, well, let's scrap that. We'll go back to the 5 by 5, but when you put that dot on that 5 by 5 matrix, you're going to have to tell me why. You're going to have to write out a little paragraph that says, I think the threat does this, and then this thing happens, and then this, and then. And when I realized we were writing out, this is where I started to kind of get a little bit different from what we normally do today. And we realized that what we're really documenting was this attack path, right? The attacker does this to this system. They do this, and it has this effect. They do this, and it has this effect. A sequence of things. And so we started to build paths, and that was actually really cool. Because once you start building paths, you start asking this question, what does that mean in context? It's cool if you've got 1. What if I have 10? What if my 10 all include the same thing? How can I combine those together? And I remember this moment really clearly. I'm kind of grappling with this idea. It's the end of the day, right? Everyone's kind of tired. It's me and this one guy there left. And I'm walking past the school, and he's like, hey, I know you've been working on that problem. My company had this project a couple of years ago that involved these things called graphs. I'm like, cool, what's a graph? He goes, I don't know. Yeah. Like, he had no clue, but he understood enough to know that it might apply in my situation. So I go back home and I start searching for it. And it turns out it's a really great solution. And by the way, if you don't know what graphs are, we're going to talk about that later. 3 sides. And so I go back and I build Bayesian inference networks in the back of an Excel spreadsheet, which sounds like a bad place to do that until you realize that I was in the government. And they don't let you install things in the government. And they really don't let you install programming languages, because then you can run whatever you want. But they do let you write Visual Basic, because it comes with Microsoft Office. And so that's where I built this. And I left the government after a while. I got a patent around graphs. I wrote a bunch of blogs. I published some stuff. I've done a couple of talks. And that brings us to today. And so it's been clear for a long time that atomic infosec data is not cutting it, right? We need to be able to describe the paths and graphs attackers take, flows, so to speak. But we lacked a common language to do that. Attack flow is that common language. It's a schema for storing paths and graph data. And it's really cool because it's incredibly simple and it's incredibly strong. And before if anyone wants to clap and tell me that I was great at doing this now, that's awesome, because on the next slide, I'm going to tell you that it was actually a team of people that did it. This was something done through MITRE's Center for Threat Informed Defense with like Raj at Attack IQ, Gage at Anomaly, Paolo at Fortinet, Mark at City, Ryu at Fujitsu, Andy, who's now at Apple, Mark at Tidal. And we were lucky we had many of the right people. Ryu worked on this stuff back like in his PhD years in the early 2000s. Like, and this guy is like so smart that like I just sit in awe. But he could be wandering around here and he's so mild-mannered that like, you know, he passed by, we would never see him. But he's so smart and so awesome. I love Ryu. Andy was instrumental in writing Caldera. Mark was instrumental in writing Six, and of course, I've worked with graphs for a while, and I also maintain the Vera schema used by Verizon for the data breach investigation report. And so it was this team of people that did this. And so what's it look like? And so graphs are these mathematical things that they're actually pretty simple. They're made up of two things. They're made up of, see. Should I just press buttons to figure out which one's the laser, or should I actually think about it? Yeah, there we are. It's made up of dots. It's made up of lines for graphs. And so the idea is that the dots are nodes, the edges are the lines. Every edge has to have a node connected to its ends. You can't draw a line in a graph and have nothing on the end. But nodes themselves can have multiple or even no lines. And so this is a graph. This is a graph. This is not quite a graph because there's no nodes on it. And there's a lot of different types of graphs. There's simple graphs, like, you know, there's no direction. You know, you don't know which one's the start or the end of the edge. There's directed, so it goes from something to. That's why we have this little arrow on this one. There's tree graphs. There's acyclic graphs. There's cyclic. There's directed acyclic graphs, or DAGs, which come up a lot in a lot of kind of different situations. There's also hypergraphs and property graphs, but we're going to talk about a very specific type of graph. We're going to be talking about linked data. And that means a couple of things. The first is that every node and edge is defined by a single string, a single URI specifically. And so every edge has a URI. And this one, it's RDF type, and I'll explain the RDF thing in a second. Every node has a URI. This is, I think, attack flow action 1, or Varus phishing. The only time you don't have those is when a node is a literal, so an actual, like a bunch of actual strings, not a URI, or a number or something like that. And so you combine those into what are called triples. Here we have a triple of attack flow action, RDF type, and Varus. And it's just three things, right? Like you can see a table with 3 columns, and you put edges in there, and you have your triples, and you have your graph. But you'll notice, right, that I didn't spell out attack flow. I defined attack flow over here as, you know, the AF means this namespace. And namespaces are one of the cool things about linked data because you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If someone else has an entire definition of how to explain things, such as actions or assets, you can just use that. You don't have to come up with your own. In fact, a lot of it's predefined. Things like RDF define this is a type, action is a type, or actually that should go the other way. Phishing is a type of action, or action is a type of phishing. And there's other namespaces that you'll see a lot. And I'm going to bring these up for a specific reason. So, like RDFS is used for labels. So if you want to give your node like a common name or something that sounds a lot better than, you know, URI blah 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 blah. There's doubling core that adds things like here's the description for the node. There's time for timestamps, and there's OWL web ontology language, and it has a lot of useful things like this node is the same as this node, or this node has an object property or a data property of this thing. Or this is a named individual. Like there's phishing, the concept, and then there's the actual phishing action that happened as a named individual. And the reason I bring these up is because, you know, if you go back and you go Google this, or if you're Googling it right now, it's going to scare the bejesus out of you. Because OWL does scary things. Because the people who invented OWL were a bunch of academics who were like, you know, it's cool, we can do actual cool reasoning over this. We can do first order logic. We can do all these fancy things. And we come into it and go, that's cool. And when we need to know that, we can know that. What we want right now is to say that one node is the same as the other node. Like, we're using this much of this big thing, and we don't have to understand that big thing. It doesn't affect us in any way. But the nice thing is you have this namespace. If you have a data set, and I'll explain this a little bit later, but if you have a data set that includes something like the city of Sydney, you don't also have to say that Sydney is in Australia, that Australia is a continent, and that it has this location. Someone else has already built a graph that explains all that stuff. If you reference their Sydney node, then anyone that wants to know that stuff, they'll be able to find it. So now we know what graphs are, right? What about attack flow? Attack flow is 5 things: actions, assets, properties, relationships, and flow. So the action is the thing that happened. The asset is the thing that has its state change. Properties are the nodes that describe actions, assets, other properties, things like that. They're the descriptions. Relationships are just the edges between them. And the flow is the set of all this together. And so when we look at it as a graph, it looks something like this. We can see this causal path through the middle of it. And one thing you'll notice here is that it goes action, asset, asset. And that's very, very intentional. Because we'll get into it a little later, but in security, different people think about causality in different ways. If I'm a blue teamer, I think that I have an asset, and this action happened to it, because that's kind of what my logs look like. If I'm on the red team, I might say, I did this, which is an action. Then I did this, which is an action. And implicitly, it's the assets that are between that. I did this action. There's like 2 something. But to be able to capture all the ways that we think about security, it's important to have these and have them go back and forth. And we'll see some visualizations that show that later. So now we're coming to kind of the fun part. What's our data look like today? This is the opportunity to look at a bunch of data but not use it. So starting with red team report, right? This is just something I downloaded off of pentestreports.com. And what do we see here? We see a lot of free-form text, right? Not a lot of structure, and really also not a lot of solid grouping. You can't say like, here's a concept, and there's grouping, but it's all over the place. So this is what our red team data looks like today. Now, attack simulation data, a little bit better. It's structured, right? It's a tree, but a lot of times in attack simulation data, you get a lot of raw code. It's hard to describe anything more than a single thing without having some clear code. In fact, this one single thing points to some code. And what we don't want is we don't want to have to describe our attack simulations as like arbitrary code, because we don't want to be like, hey, I need you to go run this attack simulation in your environment with your tools. Here's just arbitrary code. Have fun. Like, we want something a little bit better than that. Signatures, right? Again, structured, looks very similar to the attack flow data. It's because it's like hierarchical data. But there's no real links. We're seeing one thing happening in an instant. You know, and we want to be able to detect more. We want to be able to detect subtler things. We want to be able to detect multiple things. And then we get into intelligence data, right? And this is a subset of an eye chart, a very small subset of an eye chart. These are 2 records just off of Shodan, right? And there's some substantial problems with this. It's super dense. Also, you have duplicate data. So if I have like the same vulnerability down here, I'm going to get duplication of references, duplications of summaries. Like, those are going to be in every single record that references this vulnerability, right? That's going to take up a lot of space. But the biggest problem with this is that when we use these data structures, we don't know what's in them. And so this one, like, so over here, this is an HTTP test. This one, I don't think this one's actually an HTTP. It's a different test. It's like the HTTPS test. And there's nothing that says that they need to have the same information. So if I'm looking at my dictionaries for key that's like 5 layers down in every one of my records. It's not there in every one of my records. And this becomes this huge problem as you look through data if you don't know exactly what the entire structure of the data looks like. You know, and who wants to know the structure of all the data just to find the few things that they want to look for? And I say this from profoundly depressing experience. Okay, so moving on. Incident response data. Right, this is all very textual. It's all kind of these text files. By the way, big thanks to Chris Sanders and his training. He donated the text files for this. He's also helped out a lot. And so these are text files of indicators and information that were collected during this simulated IR. And the problem, right, is it's all text. Even some of this is structured. This is structured data, but it's being stored as text. And there's nothing that links 2222 to something in this file, it's right there, or over here, or even in the same file, other than like repping the raw text. You know, that's not very searchable. That's not very usable. You know, you're never going to find that in 6 months. And so, moving on to like threat intel. This is some noise donated, or some data donated by Gray Noise. And this is actually pretty nicely structured. It's relatively clean. This one is, but you know, you can end up with raw data scanned. This one, they scan 2 ports. What if they scan every port, right? Then you get this thing that's like this big. Also, what if you have 40,000 of these, and you need to find every place that 23 is mentioned? Do you really want to look through 40,000 pieces of data to find the one, every one that's got, you know, port 23 in it? And even when we aggregate things like threat intelligence, like, I like to think that this looks good. I like to think that because I made it. You can all tell me that it looks good. You don't have to believe it, though. It's all aggregated, and it's pretty, it communicates, it's clean. It hides a lot of nuance because of that aggregation. And we'll see that a little bit later. You know, but even keep moving up the chain. Let's say that we're making decisions about our architecture, what we're going to invest in. You know, how do we do that these days? We make it a one-to-in list, you know. At an organization I was at, the way we did it is the entire security department could propose projects. And they said, hey, we think it'll cost this much. Here's some text, maybe a paragraph explaining the benefit we expect to get from it. And we build, you know, one-to-in lists. And at some point, the money runs out, you draw a line, and you fund this stuff, and you don't fund that stuff. Above the line, below the line. The problem is, there's no context to it. Do we know that email filter plus a phishing reporting button, do those really, we want to buy those together? Are those complementary? Are they duplicative? And what about the discussions at the executive level, right? A new exploit's being hit, right? Software X has been used in breaches, and you know those companies look like us, and you know the executive team says, well, are we at risk? And we say, we could be. We really don't know, right? We know that we run the software, but we don't know if we're at risk because we don't understand our context. And so there's a lot of problems here, right? Often our data is just blocks of text. It's hard to parse. It's hard for people to parse. It's hard for machines to parse. It's hard to get value from because the person has to be able to look at it and pull out the pieces and organize them in their mind because they're not organized in the text. And if you can't do that in real time when you're looking at it, what are the chances you're going to be able to find that later on and put it to use? You know, we've got a lot of structured data. Most of it's structured either tabularly for logs or hierarchically, and that's better. But a lot of times it lacks links. Hierarchical data is not good at building sequential links to things. It can tell you something and then tell you things about those things, and those things you can tell things about. It doesn't say this thing is related to this thing is related to this thing. Also, it lacks that context. You either are putting too much context in because you're duplicating in every one of your records, or you have too little context because you can't go find the additional pieces of information about them because they have to be in the record. And if you do have all that context in your data and all this structure, it becomes so complex that you can't find anything. You need a search engine just to find minor things in your data. And so attack flow improves infosec data. And we're going to go through this as an example to see how that works. I like examples, so we're going to walk through them. So we said attack flow is like a schema, right? It's not a tool, it's not a solution, it's how you structure your data. And the schema itself lives as either a JSON schema or as a graph. We also have data. And this is a good example because anytime you have actions, assets, in order, you can create a flow. And it can be in incident response reports, red team reports, really any of that data we just looked at. But these are two good examples because if we look over here, if we look at what's happening in the IR report, it's very asset-centric. The mail logs show, proxy and host logs detect. Where a red team report starts with, we fished, right? We installed. It starts with the action happening. And so it's two different ways of looking at the exact same thing. But now we have our schema, we have our data, and I assume that everyone knows exactly how. We need something to put them together, which is nice because we actually have that tool. Michael Corinzo, I'm not great with names, put this together as part of the MITRE project. You define your action, and you define the mandatory properties for it. You define your asset and the mandatory property. And then you can add additional properties down below it. And these are all just kind of point and click in the user interface to build this out. And once you've built it, you can export your data as attack flow. So we can export it as a JSON schema. And the nice thing here is that actions are grouped together, assets are grouped together, properties are grouped together. But I really prefer data as a graph. And so it's a graph stored in JSON, but it's a little bit different. It's just a list. That's what a little flat bracket tells us. Each thing in the list is a node. And so the ID of this node is action 1. And then for every one of the properties, the key is like the relationship, and the values are the other nodes. And so action 1 is a named individual. It's a type of phishing, and it's a type of attack flow action. We can also say the vector for it was email, or the description is the actor phished a victim. Things like that. And so if we want to know what a node is connected to, we can just go to that spot in the file. And then we take that graph, because let's be honest, none of us want to work with JSON directly. We want our machines to work with JSON. And we put it into a graph database. This is OntoText GraphDB. This is one of the many, many tools you can use for this. There's tons of graph databases out there. I like this one because it has a nice UI. It's got a nice API, and there's a good free version of it. And it works great for this kind of data. But we said these are just triples. You can put them into a relational database or any other type. And we can see where this happened, right? We still have our causal path. We have actions that lead to assets, which lead to actions, which lead to assets. We have the properties, a couple other properties, and we have our flow node up here. But looking at it is fun. And I probably could spend a bunch of time up here just showing pretty pictures, but the reality is we want to use our data. And so we take that data, and the cool thing is it's in a database. It's not just living on its own in some file. We can now query it. And so we can say, on the left, what assets have been compromised? Or on the right, and I know this isn't readable, what actions have been taken? But we don't just stop there, right? Because we really want to know things like what assets were compromised in a certain window, or which action is taken most often. But that's just querying. This is in a language called Sparkle, which is a standard graph query language. But if you were storing this in a relational database, you'd be querying it with SQL. Or you could be querying it with Gremlin, or Cypher, or KQL, depending on what you're storing your data in. Anything. The nice thing is how flexible data is. And so you go find what you need in your data, and not just in individual pieces, you find it in all your data because all your data is living in the same place. So going back to our challenges, right? Instead of a lot of text, we have nodes that represent a single concept. Instead of complex JSON, Attackflow lets us represent the parts that we need. However, if there's more context we want, we simply link to it somewhere else. Someone has probably described it. We can go and bring in their knowledge as well. The relationships are a clear and explicit, we know how to connect things. And we can show causality, the paths the attacks take, right? Something we weren't able to do before. And so let's go back through our data and see what it looks like now that we've turned in attack flow. We start with red team data, right? It looked like this before. Now, it looks like this. No one in this room is going to look at this and understand what's going on. This, everyone can look on, right? The red team started with email and phone. They phished one and phished the other. It compromised the person who made the error and gave out their personal information or installed malware on the user device. This led to credentials and installed malware. Over here, the censor exploited a vulnerability internally on these two systems. One allowed for additional directory transversal, which compromised PHI. And not only, the cool thing is not only is this much more legible, this gets fed into whatever tool you are using to store this data. This data isn't looked at once and then left on the cutting room floor. It lives in your context for your organization to use. It is nice structured data. Did you get it? I got it. Okay. Looking at attack simulation data. This is a really fun area, because right now it's kind of, we can simulate basic things, and we can write a bunch of programs that do a bunch of stuff in sequence. What if we could do it dynamically, right? And so let's say that the attackers start with the domain and email. And so what you do is you match into your graph what little subgraphs or patterns match what data I have. Well, network discovery does. And so we're going to do discovery, and maybe we discover an RDP server. And over here, if we have email, well, the action that matches that, or one of our actions matching that, is going to be phishing. And so that compromises a person who makes a mistake and compromises the credentials back to the attacker. And the cool thing is, after this happens and this happens, you go back through your list of potential actions you can take, and you see which other ones match into the graph. Because we have compromised credentials and a compromised RDP server, we have a match. And so we take another action. We use those stolen credentials to compromise the RDP server. The same way we think as people, we can now document that and have machine. Okay, I'm sure everyone then thinks but do we really want to do this? And you're absolutely right. We probably don't want to do this. But you can do it. I'm going to get in trouble for this one. Signatures, right? Our signatures are pretty static right now. What if they could be a little more dynamic? A process creates a file. That same process runs that file. The process is a browser, and the file isn't living in a place a browser should put files. Right now, we don't have to base detections on individual events. And the reality is there's a lot of organizations that are doing it already, but a lot of it's done in raw code and things that are not communicatable. What we want is something that's communicatable. We want a rule that I can then send to someone else to say, hey, can you test this to see if it works? Can you test this within the system? Our intelligence, it is convoluted. We can take it now, and we can look for the parts we want. Let's say that I want to know about this vulnerability right here. And so I search for that, and then I double-click that, and it says, hey, here are the instances of that vulnerability that exist. And I say, great, show me the interfaces that those are found on. It's found on this interface, and that interface, and that interface, which was found through these scans on these assets. And we can click through, and we can do it. And the first couple of times, that's going to be really cool, and you're going to enjoy that. It's going to be a lot of fun. After the first couple of times, you're just going to write a query that says, hey, tell me every system that has this vulnerability on it, and it's going to dump it out for you. It's going to find that context. And it can link in context from outside your organization if you want to know the physical locations or things like that. Our incident response data, very kind of messy, useful from a human perspective, but not well useful later on. What if we take that data and we put it into Markdown? We're defining an edge right here because we have a source, a relationship, and a target. It's just in Markdown. Now we have that, we have our incident response in our graph, in our structured data. This could potentially be living with your intelligence, with your red team data. And now when we go look, we can go find the things we want. In fact, we could bring in that structured data that we had during our incident response and bring it into the graph directly, and then output from the graph back into our Markdown, allowing us to both work as kind of text as well as structured data. Oh, and this is, let's Let's see. This on the left, this is Onto Text Graph, Vegan, and Obsidian. And I'm trying to point out tools as I go because I want to really impress on you that there is so much ecosystem that already exists around this stuff. Looking at the additional, the gray noise intel. And there's a lot. I think I parsed through an hour of data in like 46,000 records. Now we can go and explore that. You know, I can go search for the vulnerability I want. And I can find every threat actor using it. And I can click through those things. And then of course my data, right? It's like, it's pretty, but it's hiding some things. This is what it looks like on top, and this is just what a subset of it looks like when you go start looking at the paths the attackers are taking. This is not fun to look at either. This is very messy. We'll instead look at a subset of it. Well, now we're starting to see, hey, if I'm an engineer trying to figure out where I want to apply my mitigations, maybe I'm starting to understand that. I want to put things on my server layer because it looks like my aggregated attacks are mostly coming through my server layer, either as a malicious action, probably using credentials, or as an error. But this is still a little dirty. What if instead I start to look at the path even as a couple bar charts? I look at what action happened first, what actions happened in the middle, what's happening last. I'm adding additional context that I didn't have that was obfuscated when I looked at this from a point of a single bar graph. Moving on to the budgeting, right? We just kind of picked our one-to-end list. Now, what if we go and we build out the attack flows for it? And now we're saying, okay, this mitigation right here helps with this, right? Vulnerability management probably helps with all of our servers. Two-factor authentication probably helps where we authenticate. Email filtering helps where we handle emails. Now we can put this together and say, hey, what we want to do is we want to do a couple of things together as a group because they add together, they form kind of a single boundary. And then we want to do these two things together because they form the next boundary. And then the next thing is to form the next boundary. We can make decisions about mitigations that complement each other. And finally, that discussion, right? This kind of awkward discussion that many of us have had in some form or fashion. What if instead of saying, oh, this vulnerability is happening, we said, this attack path is happening. And when we ask, are we at risk, we say, well, we went back and we looked at that path, we pulled that path out of our data, and we've tested our phishing defenses, and we've tested our malware response, and the likelihood of malware staying on the system is this number. The malware likelihood of being phished is this, and when we add this together, even though we know that we're vulnerable to the exploit, the overall path is low. And we can say that confidently because we queried a data set that we are storing that's storing information about the structure of our organization. It's storing information about our red team results. It's storing information about what assets live and what the likelihood is from our phishing results. And so there's even more benefits we get from the ecosystem itself. All this I've done with like open free stuff. But the nice thing is like academics have been working on RDF for years and years and a decade plus now. And they built a bunch of stuff. Like, that's the good news. The bad news is they built it all on Java, but you know, you can live with that. There's databases. There's graph databases. There's every other type of database. There's huge numbers of file formats. If you like your data tabular, you can do that. If you like your data in XML, I'd like to introduce you to other data types, but you can use that. There's JSON, tab delimited, human readable things, you name it. There's a format that fits how you want to use the data. And then because it can be structured, however, it can be stored, however. And there's even like API tools, there's validation tools, there's programming tools, visualization tools, editing tools, querying tools, analysis tools. All these things already exist for us because we're working in a known ecosystem. And there's huge stores of data. There aren't great structures for security data. There are great structures for every other type of data in the world. In fact, like, this is this data set or the data structure that Google uses to build structured data into web pages. You know, and it's all machine-to-machine readable. We don't have to be in the middle of it, and that's good. Because the reality is not everyone wants to be looking at this kind of stuff. And there's more. We can define subflows. So I can say this subset of things happens often to me. Does it happen often to you? where we can both define those and say what things are common between us. And so going back to visualization, this is an important one because the first place people want to approach this data is as a visual graph. If you want to know more about visualization, I gave a talk on it at Microsoft Blue Hat in 2019, graph visualization. And one of the things is that after a while, you don't want to look at graphs. You just want to use the data. But it's important to kind of go through an example here. This is something I pulled out of a threat report. Kind of a nice graph, like you read this and you're like, hey, I know more things. And if I were to ask you, okay, go put those into practice, you're going to go, well, I guess I patched this, right? I go, well, but how are you going to apply this to your system? And then, well, no, right? Like, I can't apply this graph. I can apply knowledge I gained from it. I can't apply this. But what if we go structure it as attack flow? The attacker exploits something over here, and I've left out the properties, but you can define the type of exploit on a server, which then, using data that it also sent, runs a loader, which then adds code. We can look at this from the attack team perspective. There's the other side later you can take a picture of. And here we're looking at just the actions where the server, the asset, is the relationship between them. And so this might be how a red person wants to think about it. You know, the blue side might want to think in terms of assets, with the actions being on the edges, you know, and thinking about what's happening in the server, the data, and the code being loaded. And then finally, we can look at it all back together. And one of the things that I want to add is, if you look at it all together, you get to carry this additional information. And so you can say, not just these things are related, but here is the requirement for this exploit to work, right? And here is the state change imposed on this server. And this server being compromised is a requirement for the loader to run. And you can put this data into a structured data set where you can analyze it and use it with all your other data. You can share it with other people. You can get their data. And we can all actually put things to use. But you may not want to always look at it, right? Like, you start to get complex attacks and they start to get busy. There's a few things that are important for visualizing this kind of data, like grouping together nodes or putting boxes. But you know what I want to do? I want to display it like this. I've got my assets. I've got my actions as lines. I can build this as an interactive visualization. I can scroll around in it. This is an easy way to show the same thing. Just because we're using graphs doesn't mean we have to look at graphs. You know, and that's important. Because as we go into the future, right, this is a schema. This is not your single pane of glass. This doesn't solve all your problems. It's a foundation to build on. And that means building. You know, it's possible to build bad things on a good foundation. Like, I don't want to give you, like, I'm excited about this. You know, you may be too. I don't want to set you up and have you feel disappointed, because there's things to be built, right? And some people don't want to build things, right? Some people just want to, like, buy the finished house, and that's okay. That's how home builders make their money, as my home builder knows. So that's okay, and not everyone's going to get it, because the Prego paper that, you know, Google published years and years ago, they described thinking like a node. And that's not something everyone wants to do or everyone can do, and that's okay. Attack flow can meet you where you are. And so to help people with that, we're working on things like documentation. You know, we showed you, like, here's what the data looks like before and after. I'm working on getting you documentation so that you can do that process yourself. We're also looking at building training. So, you know, I said, hey, you're going to enter information into this web app. You know, I want there to be video so you can watch someone else do it to help train you on how to do that. And then we're working on improved tooling. And that means more and quicker ways to enter data. It means easier ways to query the data. If you've ever seen Vertex.link's storm query language, I really like it. It mirrors R's dplyr verbs. It's a great query language. I'd like to see that usable for attack flow. And it also means better visualizations, easy push button stuff for whatever kind of user you are, whether you're a red team user, a blue team, or an executive. And you know, while we're talking about things, the future, we want to talk about maybe some of the more advanced things, right? Because we said action, right? There's nothing in there that says it's attacker actions. We're using it that way. But what if I describe normal behavior as actions? I can start documenting how my system normally operates. Or what about interdependencies? Haas keynote, I assume I was running PVJ and I missed it, talked about how what he calls resilience, what I would call blast radius, the effect of one system having an adverse state on other systems. That's just an action. This system changes state, that has an action of changing the state of another system. You know, this one's availability is compromised, that one is. This one's integrity is compromised, this one's integrity. We can start to build that blast radius as a structured set of data. Or even response, right? I can say, if this system is in this state, I'm going to take this response action. You know, and document that in the exact same language as we've documented everything else. And that opens up a lot of opportunities, right? The first is just structuring path data. Right now, all of our data is logs. And it's all sequential. What would be great is if we actually were given the causal paths between our log events. And I actually know some organizations that are working on them. Additionally, you know, what if we weren't companies that can provide enrichment? So I mentioned Vertex, they sell enrichment. What if you had your organization's data structure, you didn't want to really store all of the, say, the attack techniques and stuff? What if you just wanted to call into someone else's database of what all the threat actors were? So when you saw this TTP, you go just query theirs, and you link their data into your data. And it looks like a seamless graph database from your perspective, but on the back end, it's all being linked together from all the other disparate sources. And then what we need better analysis. There's opportunity to write analysis against the data, and there's opportunity to build automation. Automation of red teams, automation of defense and blue teams. And finally, for incident response, there's the ability to apply things like link prediction. So in graphs, you can use machine learning to say, hey, given the graph we see, there may be edges that we don't see. And so we can say, we've done this incident response. This is what we've seen so far. This is our attack flow. Machine learning model, are there any edges that maybe we missed? And it goes, hey, have you considered this edge, that this action was taken related to this asset? And that gives you another place to look in your response for things the attacker may have done that you didn't know about. And so attack flow really is the next step in information security data. And if you want to go get involved or go look at it, these two repos are the place to start. MITRE's repo, it has the JSON schema, the builder, and a little bit of markdown to explain it. Also, the bottom one is the graph schema, as well as the code to convert between the two. And the reality is this is probably going to leave you with more questions or many questions. And so, because this is very new, this is something that just was published in, I think, April. Reach out. I'm here to help. I want to see this. I think it is really important for the industry to move on in how we structure data. I get a lot of security data. And so the opportunity to improve how we structure data is very central to my interests. And so reach out. I can help. I'm looking to help. And I would love to open it up for questions, but I've got 10 minutes to get back to pros versus Joes to help in the game. And so thank you very much. No questions. If you find me or if you would like to walk towards common ground, I would be happy to answer questions on the way. Poof! I should have left the mic.
over? Okay. All right, good afternoon. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas, ground truth track. This talk is Weeding Out Living Off the Land Attacks at Scale, given by, oh God, I forgot your name, by Adarsh. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, our gold sponsors, Amazon, Invisium, and Google. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, except in Underground Track. And as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are sent to silent or vibrate. If you have a question, we're actually doing questions at the end. If you do have one, use this microphone that I'm standing at in the middle of the room so YouTube can hear you. As a reminder, the BSides LV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future, again, with the exception of Underground. Of course, please keep your mask on at all times. If you want to move closer to the middle of the room, please keep social distancing in mind as well. With that, let's get started. Welcome, Adarsh.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? All the way at the back? All right, sounds good. So hi, everyone. I'm Adarsh. I'm a research manager at Sophos AI, and today I'll be talking about weeding out living off the land attacks at scale. So a little bit about me. I have been working at the intersection of security and machine learning for, is it cutting out? I feel like it's cutting out. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. So I've been working at the intersection of data science and machine learning for 4.5 years. All of that has been at Sophos AI. I joined right out of grad school. I completed a master's degree in computer science with a specialization in artificial intelligence and machine learning at UC San Diego. Currently, I live in Denver with my dog, and I'm originally from India. I grew up in Bangalore and moved to the US for grad school. So before I begin talking about the technical details of this talk, I'd like to mention that the work that went behind this talk is a huge collaborative effort across several teams in Sophos AI. This involves data scientists, data engineers, threat analysts, software engineers, and program managers. And I'd like to take a minute to acknowledge their contributions and thank them for it. Anyway, now let's get to the technical specifics. What is this talk about? This talk details the development of a machine learning system that detects living off the land binary attacks. This system is supposed to be another detector or sensor that feeds alerts into the Security Operations Center. If you attended Ben's talk yesterday, Ben Gelman from Sophos AI, you got some context on how we have different sensors that feed alerts into our Security Operations Center, and how these alerts are manually then reviewed by our SOC analysts. So we look into the technical details of how we designed this system that surfaces living off the land binary attack alerts, the challenges we faced during the development of the system, the strategies we used to mitigate them, and finally, the generic lessons that we learned along the way. If you attended Josh's talk yesterday, you'll remember this slide. Spoiler alert, I come to pretty much the same conclusion at the end of this talk, but I just take a different path. I use this project as kind of a case study to demonstrate each of these points that he made yesterday. Okay, so what are the goals of this system? Because it's important to define the goals before we start working on it. So the first goal is to surface additional living off the land attacks to the Security Operations Center that are not yet being detected by existing methodologies. But more importantly, the second goal is since this system is going to surface alerts to a security operations center, it's not supposed to be flooding the SOC with alerts, especially not false positive alerts. Now that we have the goals squared away, let's move on to understanding the actual problem. What are living off the land binary attacks? Living off the land attacks, or LOLBin attacks in short, are attacks that involve the use of binaries that are either pre-installed by the user in a system or existing system binaries. These binaries are used in a malicious way, and that's what constitutes a LOLBin attack. And in general, the attack vector for this attack is a command line that is executed against said binary. These attacks tend to be extremely hard to detect and defend against for many reasons. Some of which are that they have a very small footprint on the user system. Sometimes it's really hard to differentiate between like legitimate sysadmin activity and LOLBin attacks, and yeah, several other reasons. So our problem is that we want to detect LOLBin attacks with machine learning. So is this a good nail for the hammer of machine learning? In order to determine whether this is a good candidate solution to be solved by machine learning, we need a couple of things. We've established that the artifact that we can use to detect a LOLBin attack is usually the command line that is executed. So we need a lot of representative command line data that is very similar in distribution to the actual command line data that we'll be predicting against. Second, we need a lot of good labels for this data. In order to teach a machine learning model what is a malicious command and what is a benign command, we need to have plenty of examples that span a wide variety of use cases. Well, the first problem is not really an issue because working at a large security vendor, we have plenty of access to the actual distribution of command line data that we'll be predicting against. In this work, we mainly focus on detecting and surfacing alerts to the MDR, the Managed Detection and Response System. And there we have about 1.5 billion command line invocations per day across all our customers, which feed into the existing detection and alerting system. So this is the data that we actually want to plug our model into and surface additional alerts. A machine learning based detector is actually the perfect addition here, considering the incoming data volume, because invariably when you have 1.5 billion command lines, there are a few attacks that are like getting through that are probably being missed right now. So having data is not an issue, but often we run into snags when we need to have enough labels. Finding labels for command line data can be a little harder, and it also often becomes a catch-22 problem, where if you have a reliable, quick, and accurate way to label your command lines, then why do you need a machine learning model? To detect LOLBins, however, we don't have any such quick, reliable systems. So we have to resort to a three-pronged strategy to label the command line data that we've got. So here are the three different strategies that we use to label our data. The simplest source of labels for our problems just lies in past data. Some LOLBin attacks have already been seen and investigated by the Security Operations Center, and we have that information stored, so we can just directly use it. The second source, where we got really creative, is indirect labels. Sophos has a lot of different products, and across all these products, we have labeled data for several artifacts like files and URLs. And we can use this information to indirectly label command lines. For example, if a malicious file in a user system also triggers the execution of a malicious command line, there we have an example of a known malicious command line that we can use to augment our training data. And the third strategy that we used is that we now have a dedicated group of threat analysts that are part of Sophos AI, who distill all the information from like the first two sources and all the knowledge that they have, and create rules. These rules can be used for labeling our data. So here's an example of the indirect labeling through a Sophos product that I talked about. Intercept X has something called root cause analysis, where when it finds a malicious file, it constructs a graph of all operations that a triggering file performs on the user system. So this involves like touching files, deleting files, creating processes, and more importantly, running command lines. So we collect a lot of potentially malicious command lines from this data. And here on the slide, you can see an example of like a root cause analysis graph and a command line that we obtained from there that could potentially be malicious. Some other sources for indirect labeling, we use sandbox behavior reports. One good thing about sandbox behavior reports is that the detection engine hooks into Windows anti-malware scan interface, which means that it gets access to the actual blob of code that is executing when a command line invocation happens, which means it can get through a lot of issues that obfuscation, or like when you're trying to execute code from a PS1 file, we can't see what the contents of the PS1 file are from the command line itself. So we get a lot of indirect labels from that source. We also do URL lookups, where through the Next-Gen Web product, we have like a repository of URLs that are labeled to be malicious or benign. And if there is an embedded command line, embedded URL within a command line, then we can look up that embedded URL and see if it's something malicious. So like if a command line is operating on a malicious URL, it's more likely that it's going to be malicious. And then the final approach, which is like manual review and labeling through incident investigation data. So here we have our analysts go through incident investigation reports and manually review whether the case was actionable, whether there are associated low-bin command lines in the incident, and then they create rules using regular expressions to capture future occurrences of such commands. And these rules are categorized into 4 different types. So there are strong malicious rules. A malicious rule is given to like a known malicious command line or a known attack, and is given only in cases of really high confidence. Like you can treat this as basically a block list. An example is when, we have a known attack pattern, like a PowerShell command is performing an unsecured download through a very specific port. So that's a good way to like identify that something that we've already seen before is happening on a user system. And then there are suspicious rules. So if command line activity is seen as potentially malicious, but we don't have high enough confidence to completely convict it, then it receives a suspicious label. So an example is like listing credentials, which is suspicious behavior, but could also be legitimate in a different context, such as when a sysadmin is trying to like look at credentials or something. Then we have the other side of the coin, where we have weak benign labels or debatable labels. Potentially benign activity is given this weak benign label, and we think this activity is more likely to be benign, but a machine learning system could potentially FP on it because it's doing something strange, like it has a big base64 encoded chunk in it that a model could see as potentially malicious. And then we have strong benign labels, which is basically known benign activity. And for our machine learning experiments, we basically take the first and last category of rules, the block list and allow list, and augment our labels using these rules. And the suspicious and debatable rules are used in a different way, which I will get to in a different section. So in a nutshell, here's the entire labeling strategy. There are 2 label sources. There are indirect labels that are obtained by cross-referencing command lines. And then there are command lines that are found to be malicious based on incident investigation reports. And then there are human analysts who are looking at both these data sources and creating rules, which are also then used to augment the labels that we have. At the end of this labeling strategy, we end up with a labeled data set, which we can finally use to experiment with different machine learning models. So here are some data set statistics for the data sets we used to train our machine learning model. We have about 76 million samples in our training set, out of which about 1.6 million are malicious. 7 million samples in the validation set, out of which 70,000 are malicious, and then about 12 million samples in our test set. So importantly here, we use time splitting, and I think my colleague Ben talked about this too in his talk about how it's really important time split, where you're essentially simulating new data. So your model has seen, for example, in this case, the model has seen data till 1st April 2022 in the training set. So when you're trying to validate the model, when you're trying to test its performance, you're not giving it any command lines that it has already seen. The validation set is created in such a way that there is no overlapping commands, and it contains only the command lines that are seen after 1st April 2022 in our systems. It's the same with the test set, where we collect data from the 1st May of 2022 to the 1st July of 2022. And then we first train a baseline model on this data. We use baseline models as a simple benchmark before training on more complicated models, so that we keep track of how well the actual models are doing and that they're not performing worse than the simplest possible model that we could use. So for this baseline model, we pre-process the command lines, remove white space, decode any base64 encoded chunks, and then develop a feature representation. This feature representation consists of like 3 different parts. We generate summary statistics for the number of transitions between 6 different character classes. We have digits, white space, uppercase vowels, lowercase vowels, uppercase consonants, and lowercase consonants, and we count the number of times in a command line we have transitions between those character classes. So we basically get a 6x6 grid of counts, which we then flatten into 36 different features. We also count the number of occurrences of special tokens, like a PowerShell invoke expression or a $sign that could indicate like that you're trying to use a variable inside a command line. And then the final kind of features is like the number of special symbols that are used in the command line, like opening and closing braces, were there any URLs used, and also we ultimately use the length of the command line. And for the machine learning model, we use a simple XGBoost model for our experiments. So that was the baseline model. And then we also conduct our experiments against 2 convolutional neural networks. In order to provide the command line as an input to these models, though, we need a different kind of feature representation. We first need to convert these characters into integers as a way that the model can consume it. So on the slide, I have a simple example of how we do this with just uppercase alphabets. So if I created an integer representation for alphabets A to Z, where I give them like numbers starting from 1 to 26, then if I have a string that says BSides Las Vegas, I can replace all the characters with the associated integers, replace white space with 0, and then I have a list of numbers that represent that string. The only difference between the feature representation that we develop and the example here is that the size of the vocabulary, or the number of characters we consider, is a lot higher. And for the command lines, we basically consider all printable characters. And these are the 2 neural network models, the convolutional neural network models that we experiment against. The one on the left is a simpler architecture with a single convolution layer and a small dense layer. And the one on the right is actually a neural network architecture that we have used in the past to detect many different string artifacts like URLs or file paths or registry keys, any string artifacts, basically. So you can read about this model architecture on our site, where one of our data scientists, Salma Taufik, has written a great explainer blog post. So I won't go into details of the network architecture here in the interest of time. So these are the model results that we got for the 3 different models. These are the best results that we've obtained after hyperparameter optimization. If you're unfamiliar with this plot, let me take a quick aside to explain. It's called the receiver operating characteristic curve, or the ROC curve for short. It basically plots the true positive rate on the y-axis against the false positive rate on the x-axis for different thresholds of a model score. Let me break that down a little bit. So the true positive rate is the number of correct malicious predictions of a model against the total number of true malicious commands in the data. The false positive rate is the number of false positives as a fraction of the total number of benign samples in the data. So the machine learning models that we train here basically output a score between 0 and 1, with a higher score denoting a greater chance of a command line to be malicious. So when I talk about deciding what threshold to use, that's the value that I'm talking about, where if I decide that anything above 0.5 is what I'm going to consider as malicious, then I'm going to get a different subset of malicious commands detected by the model, as opposed to if I used 0.6. So that's my threshold. So why do false positives happen, and why do the true positive and false positive rates change based on the thresholds that we use for a model? When we train a machine learning model, what it is doing is learning an association between the inputs and the outputs. As we saw in the case of command lines, machine learning models can consume numeric inputs. So we need to create numeric representations for the artifacts that we want the model to predict on. So we can't just like supply it with a command line. We need to create a representation for that command line. And in an ideal case, just like on the left, the representation that we chose for our data might make it easy for the model to separate out the good from the bad. Like instead of coming up with like 50 numbers, if you came up with 2 numbers that represented your data and plotted it on a scatter plot like that, then if you chose your 2 numbers correctly, ideally you should be able to like separate out your good from your bad samples. But unfortunately, this is only an ideal case. And in a real case, the nature of the data itself often does not let you do this. So the real case is much closer to something on the right, which is why if you change your threshold and if you change the location where you draw the line, you get a different false positive rate and you get a different true positive rate. And you're basically, the optimization problem that you're trying to solve here is whether you are going to bias towards creating more false positives or false negatives. And like I mentioned in our in the goals section before, we definitely do not want to create a lot of false positives. And even if it is at the cost of a few false negatives, we want the system to be more usable, and creating a lot of false positives just makes the whole system useless. So that was a lot of information. So I'm just gonna pause here for a few seconds. This is my dog. His name is Hobbs. I named him after my favorite character in my favorite comic book, Calvin and Hobbes. When I got him, he was supposed to be 5 years old and a lab puppy. But turns out the rescue made a mistake, and he's actually a lab beagle mix. So he's actually an adult and looks like a lab puppy. Now there's a false positive I don't mind. Okay. So we described the machine learning model that we trained. We described the results that we got. A simple question, is this deployable? So what we did was we looked at the output of this model when we plugged it into a 1% sample of our 1.5 billion command line event stream. And this is what happened. This plot basically tells us the number of detections by the machine learning model on a daily basis for like the past 3 weeks. You can see that it's creating hundreds of alerts, which practically makes it unusable because it's very unlikely that there are actually hundreds of living off the land binary attacks happening. So we had a model with a reasonably good accuracy that is doing really poorly. Why is this happening? This doesn't seem like expected behavior, right? Well, this is known as the false positive paradox or the base rate fallacy, and this is commonly seen in a lot of machine learning applications, especially in security. Let's say that we have, let's understand this with an example. Let's say that we have a near perfect ML model, even better than the ML models that I've trained so far. Like I could conduct research for another like 5 years and get the best possible model out there. And let's say it has a true positive rate of 100%, which means that if it ever sees a malicious command, it's always going to detect it as malicious. And the only downside is that out of every 10,000 command lines that it sees, it's going to say that one of them, 10,000 benign command lines it sees, it's going to say that one of them is actually positive. So it's going to make one false positive out of every 10,000 samples. This is a really good model, right? But somehow, if you actually compute the math when plugging into our event stream, it turns out that this model creates, so if we plug into an event stream and assume that there are 150 malicious command lines a day and 1.5 billion benign command lines a day, which is probably close to the real number, and it generates 150 true positives. It has a 100% true positive rate, so it's going to detect every one of those malicious commands. But what happens to the false positives? Since we have 1.5 billion benign commands, even a model that can create only one false positive for every 10,000 samples, it still creates 150,000 false positives. And at that point, like the machine learning model is really not helping the SOC analyst, and the SOC analyst is just going to drown in alerts. And if you do the math, that is one true positive per like 1,001 false positives, which is a terrible model accuracy number. So why does this actually happen? If you notice, if you look at the distribution of malicious versus benign, that is the main culprit here. We have very few malicious commands or a very low base rate of malicious commands compared to the number of benign commands. So hypothetically, if you had a 50-50 distribution, if you had 750 million malicious commands and 750 million benign commands, and you ran them through the same model, that model would produce 750 million malicious detections for 75,000 benign detections, which is really great. It's like 10,000 true positives for every false positive. Right? So yeah, this is the main problem that we face when trying to apply machine learning to this use case. So how do we work around this problem? What is the solution? Is the system completely useless? Have we failed our goals? Well, not quite. There are options. As Josh and others have mentioned before in their talks, deploying ML as a standalone system almost never works, especially in security. And because we always have this kind of skewed data distribution. So what we need are guardrails. We need to control when the machine learning model actually comes into play so that it can contribute where it performs best. So we don't apply it to every single command line that we see, we apply it selectively. What guardrails should we use? Earlier we talked about using analyst-defined regex rules to augment our labeling, and I alluded to this that we also have suspicious and debatable labels that we use, which is exactly what we use for guardrails in this case. So just to detail the system a little bit here, if we have no rules matching for a given command line, then it doesn't matter what the ML score is. We are just not going to create an alert. Here are some examples where the machine learning model thinks that something is malicious. but there are no regex matches, so we're not going to alert. And if, as you can see, it seems like these are not actual malicious commands. And we also noticed that our machine learning model has a bias towards detecting smaller commands as malicious because it has very little information, so it's behaving in an unstable way. And then if any of our strong rules matches, any of our high confidence rules matches, then we don't feel the need to go to the machine learning model to tell us whether something is malicious or benign. We just directly take the output of the rule and we decide whether to surface an alert or not. But the real contribution of the machine learning model comes when there is a suspicious rule that is triggered. So if you remember, a suspicious rule is when there is potentially malicious activity, but we are not entirely sure because in some contexts it could be used in a benign way. So here we use the model to say that if the model scores highly on a command line that triggers a suspicious rule, then we generate an alert. And if not, then we don't generate an alert. We actually create something called a silent detection where we want to review it later. And so we won't surface an alert, but we'll store it in our telemetry for further review. And then we have debatable rules. And again, we do something similar where if there is a debatable rule that is triggered, then we look at the ML verdict. If the machine learning model says that a debatable rule is a command line that triggers a debatable rule is malicious, then we create a silent detection and wait for further review. But if the machine learning model says that something is benign and it triggers a debatable rule, then we don't surface an alert. So that was a lot of information, and I want to put it all together and provide sort of high-level context, just to reiterate, just so you understand all the pieces that go into the system. So during machine learning training, we collect data from the event stream, we clean and sample it, and then source labels from 3 different locations. We have indirect labels, we have past data, and then we have allow list and block list rules that analysts have created. Using this labeled data set, we then train a machine learning model. And then when it comes to prediction, we plug both the machine learning model and the analyst created rules into our system. And we only create alerts in 2 separate scenarios. One of them is if a block list rule is triggered, and the other is if suspicious activity is detected and the machine learning model also detects the same suspicious command line. So we started off saying that we wanted to surface additional alerts into the system while not flooding the SOC. Did we actually meet this goal? This bar plot shows us the total number of unique alerts that we generated per day when this system is deployed. And looks like we certainly create a manageable number of alerts now, at least compared to the previous system. The blue bars here denote the number of alerts that are generated by the block lists, and the orange bars denote the number of alerts that are created by suspicious command lines that are detected by the machine learning model. So it looks like on most days, the system does not create more than 50 alerts. A manageable number of alerts is well and good, but how good are the alerts actually? So it's important to create alerts that are very likely to be malicious because we want to build a SOC analyst trust in our detector. So we want it to be as precise as possible. This plot shows the true positive rate and the false positive rate for the alerts generated by the entire system when plugged into the event stream. Computed on a weekly basis for the past 4 weeks, we see that the true positive rate hovers between 0.9 and 1, which is a pretty good rate of detections, a pretty good precision. Combine this with a manageable number of alerts, and we think we have a very deployable system. The second question, did we actually add value? The plot here shows the number of alerts that were seen in the entire system on a weekly basis for the past 3 weeks. The teal block basically shows the number of alerts that were created by the existing system. The yellow section shows the intersection, which is like the existing system also detected these attacks and our system also detected these attacks. And the blue section, which is the most encouraging, is the new alerts that were surfaced by just our system and weren't surfaced by the existing system. And although this number is small right now, we have nowhere to go but up. And over time, we think that our system should improve significantly and produce more actionable alerts. A big part of our system is the involvement of the Sophos AI analyst team, who have created dashboards that continuously monitor the performance of this system. They then use this information to tweak their rules, catch false positives, and improve the guardrails as a continuous process. And again, this is in line with what Josh talked about and what Ben talked about. It's involving humans in a feedback loop in order to continuously improve performance of our systems. So a quick summary of everything that we talked about in this talk. Low-level attack detection is a hard problem with several challenges. There is a large data volume, there is a low base rate of malicious activity, and labels are hard to come by. We've demonstrated some strategies that we've used to mitigate these problems and work around them. Another important lesson that we learned here is that good data engineering really pays off dividends. We basically went fishing through our data lake and got as much data as possible in order to label our command lines and increase label coverage. We got representative data, we had a good labeling strategy, and we also created good dashboards, performed principled validation and analysis to ensure continuous improvement of our system. Another lesson that we learned here is that the best machine learning models cannot perform well as a standalone system. They need guardrails. And the way forward basically is to integrate rule-based detection and human analysts into the machine learning system and create continuous improvement and feedback loops. And that's all I've got for today. Thank you. Any questions? All right, I'll be around in the room. If you have any questions, you can come up to me and ask me more. Thank you.
We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, Invisium, and Intel. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, except in the underground track, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent or vibrate. Questions will be at the end of this talk. If you have questions, use the audience mic in the center of the room near the projector so YouTube can hear you. As a reminder, the BSides LV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded, again, except in underground, and will be available on YouTube in the future. Please keep your masks on at all times, and if you want to come closer to the front or to other people, please be respectful of social distancing. With that, let's get started. Welcome, Brittany.
Hello, and welcome to my talk. My name is Brittany Bach, and I'm here to share notes on my project, which is repurposing vulnerability tickets to predict severity levels and introduction to natural language processing and classification algorithms. Thank you. So how I got here. I started my career mostly on the receiving end of information as a tech writer, and then transitioned into infosec as a security analyst working on the compliance side of things. Afterwards, I moved into a hands-on role as a security engineer, where I found my niche as an operations process lead. It's this role that allowed me to work with multiple security workflows and continue to ask the question, how can we do it better? From my experience, doing something better or process improvements starts with a lot of talking. Typically, teams get together and discuss how something is supposed to go. Afterwards, there is some testing to work out issues. Once enough tests have been run and a working process is in place, then commitment in the form of documentation occurs. The documentation signals there is an agreed upon method of carrying out a process. The expectations at this point are set. Eventually, the process is completed enough times that consistency of expected input and output are generated. And then the process is automated, which simply speeds up the rate of completion. It's at this stage a lot of data is collected. There's always the possibility of going back with new information found and running through these steps again. But eventually, you start asking the next question, which is, what do we do with all this data? So in the context of this project, the data we're talking about is in the form of vulnerability tickets. Vulnerability tickets are created to track the remediation of detected vulnerabilities. They typically hold a lot of sensitive information about the impacted product or service, including associated teams, remediation instructions, published descriptions, and completed resolutions, to name a few. They are usually maintained in a repository where they can be tracked and recalled as needed. They are prioritized based on severity. They can provide descriptive statistics where the gathered information can be quantitatively described or summarized. Vulnerability tickets are generated in natural language. Natural language processing is under the artificial intelligence umbrella. Since there is not a one-to-one match between natural language and computer language, you must convert natural language into a format the computer can understand. Once this conversion is completed, then your dataset can be run through various machine learning algorithms that can detect patterns in your data. Natural language processing is a twofold process. First, there's the data pre-processing, and then second, there's the algorithm development, both of which we will explore shortly. So checkpoint 1. Before we go any further, I'm going to just take a moment to pause and reflect on why all of this might be important to you. As a recap, there's a lot of tribal knowledge and accepted analysis within vulnerability tickets. By repurposing the information, process improvement can continue following automation. This process can then lessen human dependency and increase accuracy. You're also creating a nice transition from descriptive analytics to predictive analytics. Predicting severity levels is just a start. Any information that is consistently tracked within the vulnerability tickets is fair game to be analyzed. Project methodology. There are 3 main steps to this project. First, data pre-processing, which is the collection and preparation of data to run through machine learning algorithms. The end of this step will result in a final data set for step 2. Second, there's algorithm development. We're going to cover 5 common classification algorithms and how they help to detect patterns in the pre-processed data set. The end of this step will result in observing the accuracy percentage of each algorithm and selecting the best one for the prediction task. Finally, we combine the data set and selected algorithm to complete the prediction task. The end of this step will result in a right or wrong prediction from the test input. Okay, step 1, data pre-processing. The first thing you need is data. So normally you would already have this internally within whatever ticket repository your company uses. In this case, because we're using public data, the exercise of web scraping came in handy to gather the needed information. As an alternative, you can try finding a data set in a community repository like Kaggle, but for me, I wanted the experience of building and cleaning my own data set, so went the Python route. The other steps of pre-processing include removing dupes, replacing missing values with NaN, removing irrelevant words and using a stop word list to help with the removal, and adding a custom header. And just as a side note, a stop word list is basically a list of non-essential or no-impact words like pronouns, articles, prepositions, and conjunctions. Examples of these would be like a, and, the, your, are, and there. So it's basically words that offer no value for the prediction task. The final step was applying count vectorization to the natural language dataset to make it algorithm ready. This is basically running a script on the dataset to convert the text to numerical form. In this case, we are counting the frequency of pre-selected words mentioned in each CVE vulnerability description. All of the above changes were completed using Python. So here's a quick side-by-side comparison of the natural language dataset next to the count vectorized dataset. This is considered the completion of step 1, data pre-processing, of natural language processing. As mentioned, the dataset on the left includes the CVE ID, severity level, and most importantly, the vulnerability description in natural language. Upon count vectorization, the frequented words become the header, and the number of times they are mentioned in each vulnerability description are cataloged underneath. The severity level is still maintained because it is what the algorithms will use for the classification. The data set is now ready to be added to the classification scripts. Okay, step 2 is algorithm development. So as mentioned before, the second step in natural language processing is algorithm development. The classification task is figuring out whether the frequency of certain words across multiple vulnerability descriptions are more likely to appear in one severity level over another, therefore allowing us to predict severity level for a discovered vulnerability. For this project, I opted to focus on 5 common classification algorithms. These are going to be helpers in detecting patterns in the data set. For example, perhaps there is a certain word or cluster of words that are more frequented in, say, a vulnerability description. Specifically, a critical vulnerability description. Detecting this pattern would allow us to predict critical vulnerabilities in the future. Now, there are a lot more than 5 classification algorithms, but when you begin studying machine learning, without a doubt, these 5 will be encountered. So for the sake of an introductory level talk, we will use logistic regression, k-nearest neighbors, support vector machines, decision trees, and Gaussian naive Bayes. We are going to review these algorithms, and then we will make a selection based on results from the cleansed dataset. All right, so logistic regression is our first algorithm or model that we're going to be looking into. So this is considered a probability-driven model. Logistic regression finds patterns in data sets by identifying the probability of an outcome. So in this case, the severity level. And this is based on the features that are present, which for us is going to be the list of our most frequented words. Out of the 5, this is considered the most straightforward model. The next is k-nearest neighbor, or KNN. This one is a distance-based model. So when new data is introduced to the data set, the nearest data points are identified, and these are considered the neighbors. Using the value of k, you can adjust the perimeter of the neighborhood. And so although this is set to 3, in the actual script, you can actually adjust that value. So if you look at the image to the right, you can see there are 3 closest data points selected. Of these 3, the one with the shortest distance to the new data point will be selected. The new data point will then inherit the nearest neighbors class. Okay, so the second one is support vector machines, or SVM. So this one is a multidimensional model, and it's generally really helpful in classifying when you have a really complex data set. Its goal is to find the maximum margin distance in order to make the classification. So in this case, it's a 2-step process that happens iteratively until the maximum margin is detected. So for step 1, SVM generates multiple hyperplanes, which are basically lines that separate the data points into classes. In step 2, the model then picks the most optimal hyperplane, which is basically the one with the maximum margin. So the maximum margin tells us SVM has found the line that makes the clearest distinction between the 2 classes. The support vectors are simply data points that help the model accomplish classification. So in this case, that would be the blue circles and the red squares. So from personal experience, when I was running this data set for this project through this model took the longest to process. And so I'm thinking that that occurred because based on this definition, probably finding like the maximum margin was quite difficult. So when I ran it through the script, I think it was almost like 2 hours in order to complete processing. All right, so up next we have decision trees. This is a flowchart model. So an interesting requirement with decision trees is the data set must be labeled. And this is known as supervised learning algorithm. So basically, like, you cannot have a data set that doesn't have labeling of features. So in our case, we have features. We're very distinctive of what we're looking for. If you had a data set that did not have that and you were doing more like exploratory data analysis, then this might not be the best algorithm for that particular project. But in this case, it was okay with decision trees. So the way it works is it classifies by starting at the top or trunk of a tree, and then it moves its way down with more specific questions to figure out similarities and differences within the data set. So in this case, you are classifying based on the most finite shared category. All right, last one, Gaussian naive Bayes. So this is another probability model. There are actually 3 types of naive Bayes models, but we're going to choose this one because, frankly, it's the simplest. This model is a derivative of the Bayes theorem. It means the probability of one event is determined based on the probability of a completed event. Gaussian classifies based on a normal distribution. If you look at the image, the model is calculating the probability of observing each data point based on the class. Okay, so next we'll talk about algorithm selection. So to figure out which algorithm to select for the prediction task, you run the cleansed dataset through a script that holds the libraries and classes for the selected algorithms. The output provides an accuracy percentage for each of the models. So that's the screenshot that's on the right. Based on the results, it's clear that support vector machine returns the highest accuracy percentage on the provided dataset. However, as I mentioned, this also takes the longest to process, so for the purpose of the demo, we're going to go ahead and use the second best, which is logistic regression. But I will still show you output on how the support vector machine fared. All right, second checkpoint. So as a recap, we know natural language processing is a 2-step process of data pre-processing and algorithm development. We covered each of the classification algorithms that will be used to make an algorithm selection. And then next, we're going to walk through the prediction expectations and then input test data into a prediction script to observe the results of the prediction task. So this project is derivative of 2 other projects of similar nature. During the initial research, I wanted to get an idea of expectations and what the definition of success should be. If you look at the table to the right, there are important data points for both of the example projects, as well as the third one, which is mine. As you can see, there are both variances and overlap across all 3 projects. The general methodology of data pre-processing, feature extraction, again, that's the number of word frequencies, and algorithm development were also completed. The only difference is the number of vulnerabilities and features collected are much higher in Project 3. In thinking of what I was aiming for with this project, I wanted to gain an accuracy percentage that realistically could get presented for user buy-in. I knew if I had anything less than 90%, then the likelihood that users would feel confident in trying out this tool would not be very high. So fortunately, after an intensive journey of developing the size and the quality of the data set, the goal was reached with the logistic regression and the SVM models respectively. Next, we're going to talk about the impact of data to classification accuracy. The relationship is absolute. When I first started this project, I was gathering CVE data, including severity levels and vulnerability descriptions manually. I was hoping an even distribution across the 4 severity levels would result in adequate classification accuracy percentages. Unfortunately, the process was cumbersome and unsuccessful with such a small matrix. You can see as the dataset iterations progress and the number of vulnerabilities and features increase, the classification accuracy percentage increases in tandem. For example, if we follow the first row of this dataset, the relatively small number of vulnerabilities and features results in less than optimal accuracy percentages across the 4 algorithms. The other interesting part about this table is how mistakes in cleaning the dataset impact the accuracy results. This is evident in rows 4, 9, and 10. You can see either an errant column or row was left in the dataset before running the classification script, and that does impact the accuracy results. So here's a visual of the accuracy trend. This is evident with the linear trend line, which is in hot pink. And you can also see the random peak with dataset 4, where the column ID was left in. It should have been removed, but it basically created a false positive where I thought I had hit accuracy gold, but in reality, I just forgot to remove the ID column. So this is one lesson from this. Key takeaway is that, if you see your results being really, really good, even though the goal is to get as close to 1 or 100% as possible, if it doesn't make sense with the rest of the testing, then it's probably a good idea to check your data set. And in this case, just not removing a single column that had no value completely skewed the results. But aside from that, you can see that as the vulnerability numbers through web scraping increased, and also as the number of features increased, which is the frequency of words, as that count increased, there was just a steady trend up where the accuracy percentage also increased. So data matters. Okay. So a couple notes before we get to the demo. I did record the demo. I did it this morning because, frankly, I don't trust my coordination to do this live. But we're going to cover preparing the data set using a randomizer script. And then we're going to cover data pre-processing, which is going to be cleaning up of the data in both natural language and post-vectorization. Last, we're going to run the cleanse vectorized test input into the prediction script and observe our results. Okay, so movie time. Great. All right, so the first tab is just showing the classification accuracy. This is the percentage output that was in the screenshot. And that's just what it looks like once you run the script. All right, so this tab, we're going to create our natural language data set by randomly generating a list of CVEs. These are going to be pre-processed for the algorithm development. So this is not a requirement for this project, but it's just added for effect. Just to show that, if you randomly have a new CVE that's published and, your organization is aware of it, you're obviously not going to have that information right off the bat. Okay. All right, so yeah, that's data output. I did select 5 for the demo. You can do a lot more, and I have done a lot more, but again, since time is important, I went ahead and randomized 5. And then you can see the ID, severity level, and vulnerability description. That's all in natural language. Okay, so next we're going to open up the generated CSV. And yeah. Okay. So that's all the natural language data up front in the CSV. So the first thing I'm doing there is removing the header. We don't want to include that because then that's also going to get vectorized and it's going to skew our results. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm adding a placeholder column. So the count vectorization code, it will basically stop at that particular like placeholder, and then it'll know to like iterate to the next row. And so I add just this like arbitrary term, and I just add a like starter column because that's where I want the iteration to start. And see. Okay. Okay, so the other thing I'm doing is I'm changing the file extension from CSV to text. Okay, next tab. So now we're going to run that text file through the count vectorizer script. So this script creates this useless first row of all zeros, and you do have to like remove that. And so that's just what I'm showing here is that it works, but for some reason it creates like a first row of zeros that has to get removed. The other thing it's going to create is like the column of IDs, the identifier. So that's another thing that gets removed as a part of the data processing. All right, so that's what it looks like when it's vectorized. You can see all of the features at the top. I think it's like 592, and then you can see how the occurrence of each of these features is actually listed. And again, we're removing the first row, so that's all the zeros. We're going to remove that. That's not valuable. So as a side note, you can actually just do all of this through code, but I am showing the manual side of this for transparency. This is pretty much the stuff that has to happen before you can run this through your prediction script. And I think that is just removing the identifier. And then there's just one small formatting that's left before copying and pasting into the script. Okay, so that's the vectorization for all 5 CVEs. We're going to copy that, and then we're going to go to the script, and we're going to paste it in. And again, we're doing this demo on logistic regression, which, if you can recall, it was roughly 90% accuracy. So we are looking for pretty good results. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to run the script, and we are going to be able to see the actual prediction that's made for all 5 CVEs, and we're going to also see how it compares with the natural language output. Okay, so that is the prediction that's made on all 5 CVEs. It's read left to right, which is going to be, if you're looking back at the table, it's going to be top down. So critical, I think it's, yep, medium, low, critical, critical. And okay, so it looks like there's a 1-to-1 match on all of those. As a side note, I have done this with like a lot more test data, and it's not always 100%, but it's pretty close. I mean, even when I ran it with like, you know, like 12 different test inputs, I still got 9 out of 12 using logistic regression, and that was about the same with SVM as well. It just takes so long to process, but yeah, it was pretty spot on with the accuracy percentage. All right. So this is how the other models fared. The only one that came back with a little bit of a hiccup was the Gaussian naive Bayes, but that was actually pretty expected. And still getting 4 out of 5 is pretty good because I've run it again with a lot more test data, and there have been times when I only got like 3 right out of 12. But if you look at the accuracy percentage, it's relatively low, so it's not the best model to use for this project. But the other models, you know, they're relatively close in accuracy percentage, and so, you know, the match was pretty spot on. And that was also the case when I ran with a lot more test data. So that's pretty, that distribution is, it's pretty consistent. Okay, so a few key takeaways before we wrap things up. First, you have to keep processing time in mind for when the scripts run. I found as my data set grew, some of the models like SVM took upwards of 2 hours to complete. The second thing is there's a great benefit to this process improvement in comparison to just accepting the published severity level. The big benefit is that you can repurpose internal decision-making and tribal knowledge. These are things that are not always going to be integrated when you see like a newly published CVE. So that's very helpful. The third thing is there are 2 main assumptions this project makes. The first is the severity level. The severity levels in the current ticket repository are more or less accurate. And then the second assumption is that there's already an existing vulnerability ticketing process, and hopefully that process is somewhat automated. The fourth takeaway is the data set is really the most important part of this process. I mean, everything else, like, you know, the code, yeah, basically the code, I mean, you can pretty much, you know, find a lot of that information already on the Python website and in like numerous amounts of books and, you know, websites and whatnot. But if your data set isn't cleansed properly, it's just, you're not going to get the results that you want. And the last thing is, you know, you don't need to be a mathematician or coding expert to get started. I mean, I'm obviously neither of those things, but, you know, a little knowledge can go a long way. And so the whole point of this was really just finding another way to improve the process. That's it. Okay, so thank you. Thank you for attending my talk. Here are a few resources that helped me get started. You know, hopefully these will be helpful, but these are really like the main books and the websites that I reviewed in order to learn this stuff.
Hi, we had to kill all of the wireless mics because of interference. So if anybody has a question, please speak loudly, and if I can have the speaker just repeat the question into the mic before answering it, that would be great. Thank you.
taking assets into account. So I think if you're thinking about prediction, you can definitely take assets into account if that is an item that is routinely collected in your vulnerability tickets. And so, once a CV gets published, if it's relevant to your, organization, and you end up finding impacted assets, and that information is consistently collected, then you have a pattern. And once you have a pattern, then you could utilize something like this. And what it would really do for you is just, if there was something similar that came up again, or maybe you knew that, basically if there's something similar that comes up again, you can utilize this historical knowledge that's already in your vulnerability tickets in order to predict things like what other assets might be impacted by this, or like who are the owners of these assets, or where's the root cause. So it really comes down to what you're consistently collecting, and then that's where these machine learning models can really help you out to make whatever prediction you want. So severity level is just one type of prediction you can make. But the real question is, you'd have to look at your tickets and say, hey, what are we doing consistently? What's the formatting like? If I put everything in a CSV in a table, how much of that information is like consistently collected? And when you have that, then you can repurpose that information to make predictions.
I think that what she's asking, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think what she's asking is like one of your findings was WebKit on iOS. If I don't have any iOS in my system, but it's critical, then the severity is probably low since I have it. That's, I think, what you were saying.
That's the kind of use case I'd like to be able to address using.
So if you applied another column of, do I have what's applicable to this finding, then that gives usable output.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I think so, but I also think she answered the question, which is it just depends what data I've collected. So if I have the historical information about which assets have been impacted by a given type of vulnerability, I'll be able to derive those predictions.
Yeah, I think it's also, that's exactly correct. And then if there is a new vulnerability that's introduced that your organization has not encountered yet, the process of like feature extraction that we discussed, which is like the most frequented words, that could also give you insight. Like as long as that, you can actually adjust the number of features that you include in your data set, but if you wanted to add other things and then you wanted to count if there's like how many times iOS is mentioned in like all of the vulnerability tickets, and then that would help you to find like the nearest classification, that's another adjustment you can make. Kind of, yeah.
So on the ones that were not fit, so let's take SDN, right? That has accuracy for 75%. So have you looked into the variance of that 10% that wasn't matched?
Yeah.
And is it a very big variance? Like, would they have a critical that would rate as a low, or are they pretty close?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, when I did testing, it was very close. So most of the ones, okay, so I did testing multiple times, and I didn't get any of the critical or highs incorrect. What I did get incorrect were medium and lows. And so whenever there was like supposed to be a medium, for some reason we would come back as a low, or if it was a low, vice versa. And I should have included screenshots of that, and I didn't. But the variation is not extreme. It's not like if you see low, then it's supposed to be a critical. I did not see that in any of the testing, but it's a possibility. I mean, if you share the terminology, yeah.
I'm just concerned that you miss a critical in that 10%, however slight, right? Even if it's 5%, then you miss a critical because of the and if you rely on the model, you would have discounted that critical because it was because of the right. That would be a miss.
Yeah, that would be a huge issue. Yeah.
Did you include any information?
Huh?
Did you include any information? Like I've done a lot of pen testing.
Yes, I did actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I included every.
A lot of what you're talking about. Informational being critical, being chained together, especially as turned into a critical, is not
I don't think that was included into it. I think it's just mainly like you're looking at the most common occurrences of words, and the assumption that you're making is that there are certain words that are more commonly reported in like a critical vulnerability versus an informational or a low. But it does not encounter like changes. Like if there's, something happens and you're like, oh, actually we have to like bump this up to a critical. It doesn't include that, except for the fact that if you have already experienced that multiple times and maybe there's something consistently tracked in the vulnerability tickets, then perhaps like those keywords would pop up, and that could help you to consider like, that pattern.
Like an example, NFS is something that SS doesn't do well. It's a known, it doesn't do well. So it gets put as an informational quite often. But a pen tester going in will take that NFS attack, they'll get in and then find, all kinds of things that make it critical. So, that's an example of where
Yeah. It's also, this process is bespoke to your organization. So it would also include, if something like that ever occurred. And so the whole point of this is like you're repurposing information and decision making that applies to your organization versus just like arbitrary, like, generic severity distribution. And so if you have like a history of like, NFS showing up and then it getting bumped up after a pen test, and that is tracked within vulnerability tickets, and that could very well be something that comes up and offers you a more accurate prediction. But if it's never been there and that terminology is not present, then yeah, that's where that deviation would occur. So definitely correct.
I didn't see a feedback cycle here. So if I run this and it matches like 90% match, now I have predictability score for just one cycle. If I then apply on this one first cycle, if I then apply my knowledge or the team's knowledge and go, these are real critical, these are not because of environmental factors. On the next run, so every run should be able to get better and better
Right.
into predicting whether certain ones, and you might even feedback into the model, whether a certain critical is really good, like for example, if I have no iOS, right? Over a few cycles, the model should say it's a critical, but previous learnings have shown that it is not critical because of iOS, lack of iOS. And the machine doesn't know that it doesn't have iOS. The fact that the model just knows that previous.
Yeah, the previous.
runs,
Yeah.
it was critical but marked down as low. And so when it gets to a spot where you say, because of those learnings from before, now this is a low, and how would you integrate that into this kind of feedback cycle?
So my response is probably a bit junior, but if I were to discover new information, then I would probably restart the collection of features, the feature extraction, and then rebuild the header, rebuild the number of headers, because at that point there might be new terminology that comes up. Yeah, and then I would rerun the natural language through it again, and then vectorize it, and then see if there's improved results. So that's probably how I would do it. It's a long process. Yeah, you would definitely have to.
I'm just wondering, how does it keep that decision? So let's say over a period of 12 months, every month it goes through the cycle. How does that, this December, how does it keep all the decisions that it's made from the previous 7 months? And then to be able to make that decision on 12 months?
I'm guessing logs.
Oh,
Yeah, I would say logs.
I guess, the whole thing about this is trying to reduce human intervention,
Yeah.
right? And so today, you need a team of 20 analysts.
Yeah.
Each one of these. In 6 months, I only want 2 people to look at this. With the rest, doesn't mean that the model will go down, but just that the machine learning model is able to cut out the work of this other 10 or other.
sorry, could you repeat that, please? I didn't quite understand.
So my use case in my head is that right now I have an analyst team of 20 people looking at 1,000 models.
Yes.
Is it possible to use this so that in 6 months or 12 months, I would be only need half the number of analysts with the machine model taking
Oh,
over
yeah,
the other half?
yeah, yeah. That's the
where
goal.
feedback loop comes in.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal because then you'd have all this historical knowledge and you're running it through this over and over again. Yeah, absolutely. There's like that compounding that's occurring. Yep.
Machine at that 12-month level, the machine model is making that decision.
Yep.
Instead of analysts going, that's an iOS one,
Yep.
I don't have iOS.
Yeah.
The machine is going, that's an iOS one. You might not know it's an iOS one.
Yep.
You'd actually be taking that 10% that's off, continually running that for the phone figures it out, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good model. Keep iterating on that 10%.
Is that what you're effectively teaching?
So, okay, so that's great brainstorming on,
Because you can identify that 10%, right? Or 8%.
it's not the 10%, it's really the 90% because I haven't figured out the feedback on this, right? So we do run this, it does, so you've shown that this new model does match 90% of the criticalities
Yeah.
and the severities, but there's no, at this point on the first cycle, there's no tribal knowledge to go in and say, are those really critical? It's just the machine is matching between the CV score that's been used.
Oh, there is tribal knowledge at this point. So for this project, I had to use public data, and that's why it kind of looks like public data. But the theory is that you would be using your own vulnerability tickets, and those tickets within your org would have tribal knowledge. And as a result, the features that are extracted would be completely like they would be whatever your organization uses. So if you have like some special term for critical or you have some special term for something else and that's like consistently tracked, then that would become a data feature and then you would count the occurrences of that. And hopefully that would align with the common severity level that's been detected. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah, okay.
It kind of goes towards what you're saying about
Yeah.
even if it's a critical, that the CVE score isn't critical, but in your environment, it's a no.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
the machine will be able to use that eventually. You got that in the right? Both that change, so analysts can control it, both the change is very the vulnerability ticket. So when you bring on the algorithm vulnerability ticket, they can pick up the change and you can know the mistake, so they can solve it all. But that's where that's what the tribal knowledge comes from.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yes, there's more things I want to add to it though, because it's still relatively elementary. So I have this whole backlog, but for this presentation I had to cut off and just post what I had. But if I do post, because it's data science related, I'll probably put it on Kaggle. And then it'll just, all the code and everything will be, within Jupyter Notebooks, and the data set would be available as well. It's a pretty big data set. I web scraped over 150,000 CVEs, and, the other published works were, definitely less than that. I think I don't remember, but it was almost half. So it's a lot that I was able to work with, and I think that is really the reason why the accuracy percentage, went up. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for attending, though, and thanks for all the questions.
Great presentation. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Can I give you my card?
Yeah,
Very
sure.
old-fashioned of me to have one with me.
Is this muted? Okay, there we go. All right, good afternoon. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas Ground Truth. This talk is, the slide. Model Robustness Isn't Security by Sven Kettel. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, Intel, and Google. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. The talks are being live streamed, except for Underground Track, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent or vibrate. If you have a question, raise your hand. We currently don't have the wireless mics active, so you will have to speak kind of loud and we'll just have the speaker repeat your question. There's interference from the mics in another room, so that's what we got to do. As a reminder, the BSides LV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded, except of course in Underground, and will be available on YouTube in the future. We would like you to please keep your masks on at all times, and if you need to move closer to people to adjust your view or hearing, please also respect social distancing. With that, let's get started. Welcome, Sven.
Hi, so I'm Sven Kettel, and this is my talk on model robustness and security. Okay. So I'm giving this talk because there's some movements in the policy space and a lot of academic thing that is claiming that model robustness is absolutely essential for security. And I know of no one security company who actually thinks model robustness should be included in security, and dozens that think that this is pointless. But because there's a lot of loud people that are arguing that this is security, this is a thing. So about me, I founded a startup sort of in this space, doesn't actually relate to model robustness. Got a PhD in algebraic topology from Johns Hopkins and a postdoc in geometric machine learning. I founded the AI Village 6 years ago. We're going to be at DEF CON for the 5th time this year, so woo. I used to work at Endgame Elastic on their large malware models. My quit Twitter is at co-mathematician. You can find the slides on GitHub. So, because I'm making an argument that is a little thing here, I have a lot of slides. You can see there's 55 of them. So there's some of these slides that are here mostly to cover my ass in the argument space that aren't necessarily here for the narrative. So this is mainly a argument about definitions, because things, there's a technical definition and the layman's definition, and they're a bit different. So the layman definition that is here for everyone is here. OpenAI. Adversarial examples are inputs to machine learning models that the attacker has intentionally designed to cause the model to make a mistake. They're like optical illusions for machines. And adversarial examples are special for TensorFlow. Adversarial examples are specialized inputs created with the purpose of confusing a neural network, resulting in the misclassification of general input. This sounds like a legit thing that we need to be worried about. We need to worry about adversarial examples from these two definitions, because specialized input that causes misbehavior is sort of the key for a lot of security. A Stack Overflow or a Usoft to free bug, that's specialized. You to actually take advantage of that, that's specialized input. All the Metasploit is specialized input. So that sounds like a serious security vulnerability. But these are machine learning models, so any model error, because these are the statistical models, they are not guaranteed. Any model can fit the definition if you kind of squint at it. This is not actually close to what the definition of our practitioners who actually work in the space mean. And if you use this definition, people can sell you snake oil. And even if you don't use this definition, people can sell you snake oil. And snake oil is being sold in this space. And the definition for a robust model, and the thing is there's two different meanings of the word robust, but this is what gets thrown around for adversarial robustness and the other robustness. So it's sort of, your model is good. And the problem with that definition is both of those definitions basically mean your model is good, you trained it on enough data that it actually generalizes well. But the problem with this model is they get to check that it's robust by wiggling some minor parameters and not actually testing on proper stuff. So these are the definitions I'm hoping you walk away with at the end, and we're going to go through them point by point. So if you want, go look at the slides online, but we're going to get started on what is a neighborhood. So this is the definition of a neighborhood that I use as a mathematician. The first one, so you see there's two different ones that look almost identical. One is the L2 ball, and the one is the L infinity ball. And the L2 ball forms spheres that are nice and neat, that you are familiar with, and the L infinity ball forms cubes and hypercubes, and spheres and hyperspheres. But that's the definition that I look at and think spheres and cubes. But we can't show that to executives. Part of the thing is neighborhoods get really complicated in higher dimensions. So here there's a big sum over k elements, and that k could be 3,000 or more in the case of machine learning, and that gets really funky. So I'm going to show you why it gets so funky. This is a classic problem that you give to little kids. If you want a rope that goes around the Earth, how much longer than the circumference of the Earth do you need to make it? It turns out it's just 2 pi feet longer to make it sit 1 foot off the Earth. And if you give this to a little kid, they get confused and tell you it's going to have to be much longer than that. Also with dimensionality, you've got the scaling laws. If the height of a 3D object, the volume of the 3D object grows with the height, the square of the height, and the surface area of a 3D object grows with the square of the height, and the volume grows with the cube. Because of that, large mammals have difficulty with heat. So elephants have big flappy ears to combat the squaring law in dimensions. And it gets much more complicated than this. This is a puzzle that if you ask at a math conference, and people have done this and polled the mathematicians of like what happens, they get it wrong. If you build this thing where you get a cube, you put 8 little spheres in each of the corners, and then you embed a sphere in the middle that's just touching them, like this 2D example, and then you get a hypercube where you have 16 spheres in the corner and the little guy touching in the middle. At 10 dimensions, the little guy sticks out the sides of the actual cube, and as you grow the size of it, the little circle in the middle eventually becomes infinite volume, and so dimensions and things get really weird. And even mathematicians who are trained, like we give each other dimension puzzles all the time, and you can present this at a conference and you're going to get a lot of wrong answers. So dimensions are weird, and here's how it kind of relates to the security space. So MNIST is a data set that everyone in machine learning tests their models against. It's been sort of a benchmark data set for donkey's years. Jan LeCun released it in the early 90s. It's 50,000 digits, and it's each image of that is a 28 by 28 8-bit pixel image. So each thing is 256 values, and there's 784 dimensions because 24 squared. And so you get that if you just vary the pixel value either up by 1, down by 1, or 0, so you have 3 options. So you can change each pixel you can change is 3 things. There's 784, so you get 3 to the power of 784, and that works out to be about 1,200 bits of information in terms of like the bits of information that a cryptographic key would be. So dimensions get really weird for even really small machine learning problems, and this is like the tiniest. This was solved back in the 90s. This isn't a problem these days. So what you really need to understand of like what is a neighborhood and how this relates to machine learning is machine learning operates in high dimensional space, and the volume of this space grows exponentially with the dimension. There's little white lies in everything I'm saying, but it sort of grows exponentially. And this sort of shows up in machine learning over and over again in the cursor dimensionality. If you have a clustering algorithm and you've got, and you want to prove that it converges, well, pretty much always you're gonna say, well, I require 2 to the d amount of data in that scaling factor to prove that this converges. So that d is the dimension. If you need it to converge, you need an exponentially growing amount of data to actually get it to prove that it converges. So that's the cursor dimensionality, and you keep showing up and over again. So there's one major problem that shows up all the time in traditional machine learning, and since we don't make proofs about deep learning, it doesn't really show up. It's not really spoken about, but it does show up in the stuff that we're talking about today. So now that you kind of get a bit of an idea of like something about the geometry of the space, we're going to talk about adversarial examples and you'll see why this relates to what a dimension is in a bit. So this is the, I think, legally required image for adversarial examples. This is the panda given image from the second major paper from Ian Goodfellow, Christian Shedging, and a bunch of other authors that I do not remember the names of. And he built a cheap way of producing adversarial examples that you could get a panda, add this formula here that's designed to fit within the epsilon ball, the little ball around your point, and produces this way of confusing a neural network. This is the actual definition that they're working with. So if you have a point and you've got in this, you've got a decision boundary that comes down the thing, you've got some green points, you've got some blue points, and you have this red area with this thing. So that X is the point we care about, that we put a little ball around it, and because the decision boundary is so close to X, there's some points on the other side of it. Because of recursive dimensionality, this is always true, basically. So this is the definition that we work with. The adversarial examples are things that are close to my point that are across the dimensionality thing, decision boundary. So the actual definition of adversarial example that people work with is that, and that's kind of complicated. Basically, it just means this. It's like I want there to be no point. An adversarial example is a point that's on the other side of the decision boundary within my little epsilon ball. So that looks all complicated, but it's not that actually. It's not that complicated. You can code up what that means in Python, but in math, that's how we write it. So for robustness, you use that definition, and you sort of like ask that no point. There's no adversarial examples within an epsilon ball of any of my points. So you see the math definition on the top, and all that means is all my points are outside of this circle. So down here, there's that red point, and that is the only point that violates this definition. So if we didn't have that red point, this model would be robust. So that's all. All we're asking is like the decision boundaries just outside of this little circle around my stuff. And now, so here I'm going to get into the issues. So the first major issue is data just moves. So once you train a model, you get this thing, data moves. You release my data while thing. Second issue is it's impossible to check because of the volume stuff. You can't do it. Third issue, it's impossible to make an adversarial robust model in most cases. In the cases that we care about as security people. Fourth issue, is it lowers accuracy. So the first issue, data just moves. So I have a model here, and I've trained it up, and I've got a bunch of green points and a bunch of blue points, and I trained up a model, and the model came up with this decision boundary. So everything on this side of that line is going to be classified as green. Everything on that side of the line is going to be classified as blue. And that looks like a pretty good line. And for some reason, it's just gone this length up because models, it doesn't really have data over here, so it just made something up. But and at this point, I've gone on its deadline. I have to train up to this point, and then I have to deploy and send this to my customers. So I get points from a month later, and these are my new points. These are ones in these boxes. you can see the decision boundary is bad. The model didn't predict the data from later in the month is going to be over here. It just kind of made it, and it's got misclassifying all these green points. So if your model was robust before, you're good, but your data moved, and it moved in a way that your model couldn't have predicted and doesn't know about. So that didn't help you. The robustness doesn't help you if the data just moves in a way. We have this problem. So this is some data that from when I was working at Elastic. We published this at ICML, but you can see there's a very interesting thing that happens here. So what this model is, I had trained up the production model that we release, sort of a smaller version of it for just testing purposes. And I trained it on all data up to January 1st, 2019. So it doesn't know anything about the future. It thinks it has only got data from before the new year of 2019. So it predicts well. You can see the false positive rate as I do a historical analysis. It's good. It's very low. It's really low for a model. So, and that's what I care about. I care about very low false positive rate, very low false negative rate. That's my accuracy. And then the very low error rate overall. But as you can see, about 3 months after I released the model, 3 months after, this one wasn't deployed, but 3 months afterwards, there's a spike in the false negative rate. What happened was there was some malware family that figured out a bypass that became prominent and showed up. So there was a bypass for a malware family. And in our case, the authors know the malware authors know what virus total is. They can check if they have a bypass. They can check if they've got, if your data, their malware is correctly classified. They can check if the AV vendors and the EDR vendors are going to catch them. And they do that. And so they will look for areas that aren't in their space, and they will find a bypass. And you can see later on, over a year after this model is it's got this massive spike, which would be completely unacceptable. This is not percent, this is a thing. So this is a massive spike that would be completely unacceptable. You can't deploy a model that's that bad. But that robustness wouldn't have saved this. The red line is the measurement of the drift. The green, blue, and orange lines are the ones that you really care about in this image. Another issue with robustness. It's impossible to check for robustness. So getting back to the thing, if I want a robustness radius of 1 pixel, the number of bits of information for an L2 ball is 10. That means it's equivalent. You've got to guess 2 to the 10 different things in order to test all the values. You have to go through 2 to the 10 different things to test all the values. But when I've got an L infinity ball, which a lot of these things are claiming a robustness to, I have to check 1200, 2 to the 1200, and that's not, and this is just for MNIST. This isn't for a real model. This isn't for real images. This is just MNIST. And when I increase the size of the ball for L2 balls, once I hit 7, well, that means this checking a L2 ball of 7 pixels around a value of 7 values around a point in an MNIST model has much more bits than an AE breaking a 256-bit encryption key. So you have to brute force like AES 256-bit encryption, and that's easier than checking 7 pixels away from MNIST. The radius is normally almost more than 70, not 7. So there's a lie in what I told you. This is a slice of how a neural network actually perceives data. The idea from this comes with a field of math called the tropical geometry. If you know your cryptography and your finite fields, this is the geometry of the field of one element. And it relates to neural networks. So this is actually sort of what you have to check instead of just the bit pixels. And what I care about is if I have my image, my point is going to be in one of these sectors. So if there's a solid colored polytope, my example is going to be in one of those things. And when I cross the boundary to another color image, that means that the classification could have changed. So sort of the decision boundary of a neural network is going to be contained in the edges of this image. And this is a slice of the MNIST, of a neural network slice trained on MNIST. This is just a two-dimensional slice of a 700, of a many thousand dimensional space. So it's much more complicated than this. And if I want to be completely honest about my estimate for the number of bits I have to check, using the geometry of the neural network, information about the geometry of the neural network, it's actually more like this. So it means using all the math to reduce the problem space as much as possible to save yourself as much time, which is what cryptographers would do if you have a really bad way of generating a key that actually doesn't have the full 256-bit encryption bits of entropy. It only has 90 bits of entropy. Then cryptographers can take advantage of that because they know math tricks. Well, if for neural networks, if you know the geometry of it, you can take advantage of it to save yourself a lot of time. And with using all that, well, you don't get to 7, you get to 10. So even with the math tricks, you don't get much further. So another way of making things robust is adversarially training them. And this is the algorithm, basically the algorithm for making adversarially training things. So you can make adversarial examples in some really cheap ways and just include those in your training data. Like always train your network on adversarial examples so that it's always going to, to make sure that it classifies the adversarial examples correctly. So you're going to use the fast gradient sign method, just start tossing in fast gradient sign method generated adversarial examples. And that's what these are. This R star is the adversarial example that you're going to generate. And you're just going to toss it in there and train on both your normal samples and these adversarial examples. So the problem with this is the first line, is this line. Find an attack permutation, R star. Well, as we just said, well, there's that many attack permutations. Yeah, that's the space you have to search over to find a different attack permutation. So that is basically, you're going to find one, you're going to use your maybe 10 different ways of generating an adversarial example, and you're going to train your neural network to correctly classify that type of adversarial example. And there are many different ways to build an adversarial example. It is not just one, there are boatloads of ways. So robustness training is a dead end and has been a dead end for a while, but there are companies that will sell you robustness training for making your model robust. And they are scamming you. Another issue with robustness, this is another way you can make things robust. This is a Lipschitz continuous thing. So what this Lipschitz requires is, if I give a point, I can make this like slash diagram and this like cone of light, if you're familiar with special relativity. So my function has to be within this this shaded area. What this means is if I have my function spikes up, goes from here and spikes up and goes there, it's changing too quickly. So I can make my constant small and say I can't, at this point I am robust, it's classifying these correctly, and then if I move right next door, I'm over here, and I've changed too quickly, so that's not good. So I'm going to require that my function changes slowly. And so for my neural network, I'm going to require that it changes slowly, and so I'm going to make things Lipschitz, named after an old mathematician, and this isn't ready for production. The way they do this is they require regularization, and they toss in that your neural network can't do this, and they require the actual way they do this is wrong. So this isn't ready for production. This is another way. If you have images, you can make a thing robust. What you do is because my neural network, my adversarial example, is sort of a noise, is within the noise bounds. I add some more noise, and then I remove the noise using a, for example, diffusion model. This is this model here is the latent diffusion model that's available on Hugging Face and GitHub. And what you can do is, if you have an image model, just add a little bit more noise, and then remove the noise using your diffusion model. You know, add some noise, remove it. There's a bunch of other ways of doing this. You can use high frequency things from image processing, remove all the high frequency information because the adversarial examples tend to be high frequency information. Most of the ways don't work. This way probably works. The people didn't prove it mathematically, but it has some really good results, and it, you know, that's the best we can do in machine learning. Cool. So here's the reason why you wouldn't want, like, you know, the first couple reasons, or you can't get it. You can't make a model robust. Here's the reason why you don't want your model to be robust. You don't actually want this thing, it's actually a bad quality in many cases. So I have my this is a diagram I stole from this paper over here. I have my green points, my blue points, and my line separating them. And I've classified, and this line correctly classifies them all. So I then put my little L infinity spheres around them, my cubes, and I'm going to require that this model be robust. And you can see that the decision boundary goes through a bunch of those cubes. So this model isn't robust by this from this epsilon ball and these definitions. So my model actually, to be robust, has to be this red wiggly line that you know, wastes a lot of compute to actually make that red wiggly line. It's possible to do, but you now have this thing where you have to make this red wiggly line. What this means is your model actually ends up being less accurate. So this 0 is the standard model. This would be the accuracy of the standard model. Something that is 1 pixel robust is a lot more. It has got nearly 4 times the error rate of 1 pixel, or you know, 3 times the error rate of a thing when I have a small amount of data. So this is 3 times the error rate for 1 pixel value robust, 2 pixel value robust, and so on. And as I add more data, the error rate goes back down, but I need a lot of, you know, if you actually follow this through, it's asymptotic, so you're always going to be making a trade-off. And this is for MNIST. For ImageNet and CFAR, it's worse. You require much bigger robustness, and you get a lot, you know, with an L2 ball of like a reasonable amount, it drops off drastically. So the accuracy is a huge trade-off. So do you want your model to be robust? Well, maybe not. Maybe you spend way too much in accuracy to actually make your model robust. This is, you know, it is, in many cases, it's probably much more secure to have an accurate model that generalizes well than to have a robust model, because the accuracy is more important, especially in malware models, than the robustness, because you need your false positive rate to be below the annoyance threshold of your analysts. And to accomplish that, and the annoyance threshold of your analysts, because of how many binaries are passing through your network, is really low, so you need a false positive rate of 0.01% or something like that. To get an accuracy rate of that low, you can't make a trade-off of that much. Even in a tiny bit of robustness, this trade-off would kill the performance of your malware model. So you don't want to make this trade-off for security data. And image data, if you have a, you know, a X-ray machine, would you want your model, you know, would you feel comfort that your model made a mistake because they made it robust? Like, oh no, we could maybe get attacked by a hypothetical adversary if they got into my network and started messing with like image data instead of just ransomwaring the hospital. They could ransomware the hospital or mess with image data in a very particular way that requires a lot of expertise. Well, to guard against that weird edge case, some hospitals are spending money on robustness and not spending money on like improving the model thing. There is other definitions of robust, but for security applications, it is not the thing. And those other definitions of robust suffer from the same dimensionality problems as regular robustness. The only way to fight more robustness correctly is to get more data. More data, more high quality data. There's no point in spending money and effort on fancy tricks to make your model robust. Is just get more data. Even if you have a robustness technique, you want more data. So don't invest in that, invest in getting more data. Anyway, so now that I've said that it's a pointless thing, let's talk about the reason why you would want this is you're trying to prevent a bypass. And now to tell you about how bypasses actually work. So the first major machine learning attack was against spam filtering. Probably the first deployment of machine learning in security was in 2002, and they deployed naive Bayes for spam. If you want to learn what naive Bayes are, there's a workshop at the AI Village that a friend of mine is giving. By 2004, Sophos, who was running one of these things commercially, had seen these attacks. So people were obfuscating the text. They were using the normal thing of putting HTML percent characters instead of actually writing out the text. So it would be rendered in the HTML engine as proper stuff, but it was actually rendered as human legible, but it was not legible to machine. So they obfuscated the text. Because they know that the AI model is a machine thing, so it's going to have to read the text. They would also put a small email with just a link, like follow this link to your Viagra, to my Viagra thing. And then another thing, they would hide the emails in a non-deliverable because of the way that was delivered. It was sort of a payload inside the email so that the spam system didn't open the payload the same way as it opened the regular email, so they would be able to get past the spam email by basically packing the email, which is a problem for machine learning models for malware as well. And then the last thing is the most famous attack, packing in good words. So if you have a spam email that's trying to get you to give money to your cousin, of Prince, you would then just put a Wikipedia article at the bottom of that, because the Wikipedia article is good, and the Bayesian filter counted the number of good words and bad words and kind of checked on how that worked. These aren't the adversarial examples that academics are studying. These are someone sat down, read the paper on how the Bayesian filters work, and had a good think, and then made up these strategies. And this is still what's happening today. Spammers who are spamming Facebook, every few days, Facebook deploys in a new spam model to prevent things from going through. Spammers get together, try a bunch of stuff, and then communicate, figure out a bypass, and then communicate it to each other. It spreads quickly. Facebook now has a model that's out of date. They have to redeploy 3 or 4 days later, because that's the value of getting spam on Facebook is that high that the spammers are going to put that much money into just getting 5,000 people in a room that are very poorly paid to bypass the model. And once one of them figures it out, they communicate. Now they have a bypass. But they work like this. They have guesses for how the spam model works. They have read some academic papers, but they don't really understand them. They are just trying to guess where it passes. So here's a machine learning attack against a malware model. So if you want to learn about how malware models actually work, you want to look up Elastic Ember's featurization system from Hiram Anderson and Phil Roth. And so you take the idea of how this works is you take a PE file, and this is the classic picture of what a PE file looks like from Wikipedia. you featureize it into a JSON blob that has all sorts of useful information, like the size of sections, the number of bytes, the histogram of the bytes, the entropy, the number of strings, the import list, all sorts of stuff. And then you put it in a high-dimensional space. So for Ember, it puts it in a 2,381 dimensional space. 1,024 of those dimensions are just encoding your imports table, because imports are really important for checking out whether we're doing static analysis of binary. In 2019, pair of researchers figured out a reverse-engineered Cylance malware detection system. So it works the same way. So it's got your PE file, injects it into a 7,000 dimensional space this time instead of 2,300 dimensional space, but through the same intermediary format, and then to a deep learning model, and the deep learning model figures it out whether it's good or bad. So that's how the machine learning model is supposed to work. But the problem that they were having was that Fortnite does some shady stuff to make sure that you're not cheating. Rocket League does the same thing. These things, these are binaries that you might not want on your corporate network, but Cylance sells to people, and they have installed Fortnite on their computer, and Fortnite should run. And it's very easy for the machine learning model to confuse Fortnite with malware, because Fortnite does some weird stuff with process injection to make sure that you're not cheating. So what Cylance did to fight this, instead of putting Fortnite and Rocket League and everything on an exception list, which they'd have to update every single time that Fortnite updates, they use some machine learning. So they normalize the features and then put it into a centroid thing. And they used the concepts from earlier. They put a little neighborhood around the point that represented Fortnite that they thought, and if you are if you're a binary who gets featureized from your PE space, ends up in that centroid for Fortnite, they will let you run. So instead of letting the machine learning model figure this out and then telling them like, hey, really, don't misclassify Fortnite, they need to run on our customers' machines, they use this trick to sort of put in all of Fortnite, hopefully forever, on the exception list. And they did this for a bunch of other games like Rocket League and other things. So Hadid and Shadai figured this out, and they built a exploit for the machine learning model that is all over things. Machine learning model was an exploit. This is big news in the AI security space. This is a poster child for the MITRE thing. And they didn't build an adversarial example. They exploited this kind of stupid centroid thing, centroid whitelisting system that Cylance had built. It's not stupid, but like there were probably better ways to do this. Part of the reason why they had this problem is they included a lot of string data in their malware model, and that's not a really good idea, as we've seen that that's one of the oldest attacks against machine learning models, packing good strings, and that's how the exploit worked out in this case. So what would actual security for machine learning models work out? And here's my opinions with some pontificating. So first thing, it's still software. Do the basic. So validate your inputs. If you're taking in a PNG file, make sure that it hasn't got a weird payload that Pillow, your Python library, is going to run. Some old versions of Pillow, which is one of the biggest the biggest libraries for handling images in Python, had a remote code execution exploit, and if you're using one of those old versions of Pillow, you can get popped fairly easily with someone sending an image file that's got some issue. Check your pickles. It's really easy to get pickles are RCEs inherently, And this is how a lot of machine learning models are distributed on the internet. If you want to download a model from Hugging Face, it's entirely possible you get sent a pickle, and to open that pickle, you have to run remote untrusted code, untrusted code on your machine. But machine learning people do this because that is the normal way of distributing a model, because models get complicated and pickle is an easy way of doing this. Check your deployments for CVEs. So, scan your Docker containers, make sure all the packages you're installing don't have a CVE, and then check, like, for example, the pillow exploit that you have. Make sure you don't have that. Harden everything, so make sure, you have a whole big complicated machine learning pipeline for doing inference. Make sure that all of that's hidden, and there's a one hardened front endpoint that they go to, and everything else is hardened as much as you can. And the last one, which is, broken refrain in security, is secure your S3 buckets. That's happened. There's been places that have had people messing with their data sets on S3 because they messed up. This is the Institute for Ethical AI and Machine Learning recommendations. And you can see a lot of these are basically classic exploits, just renamed for machine learning stuff. So artifact exploit injection, that's your file. Server-side request forwardry, all these things are things that are normally happen in an OPSEC environment, cloud deployment. You can get all that sort of stuff happening. It's no different from machine learning models. Don't think you're special because you're using deep learning. Okay, so once you have done the basics, and only after you've done the basics, to make sure that your S3 bucket does thing, the next thing you should think about is, well, this is probably, before you really start embarking on this, your data set is more valuable than any model you ever deploy. Your models are sort of disposable. Your data set is sometimes irrecoverable. If someone deletes that permanently of your cloud infrastructure, you can never get it back. If your cluster FS messes up, you're messed. You're hosed. If the attackers get hold of your data set, they can ransomware this because it's worth much more than the thing. A lot of companies are figure this out, that investing in data engineers and data set quality is much more effective of an investment than investing in machine learning, in more data scientists. But this doubly applies to security. Make sure that, like, if you're saving a data set, write it to a write-only S3 bucket that has no ability to overwrite data, and then use a historical system so that a hacker cannot go along and delete old data. Just have versions of stuff, and then make a pipeline that picks up the right version and does the right thing. If they have the ability to delete your data, that is a mess with it. Even subtly, you can get screwed. Another thing, this is another thing that security people understand very intricately well, but data scientists don't necessarily, because it's not their environment and they shouldn't have to. You need layers in your security. If you just have a machine learning model checking whether your PE file is detonating, you're now vulnerable to living off the land attacks, or you're vulnerable to all sorts of things. You should have a dozen things. Many layers of security to prevent, the phishing protection is phishing protection to prevent the PE file from getting on your system. Frequently uploaded things for that. And signatures to make sure that you are catching all the stuff that's really important, that is recent, so you don't even bother your machine learning model if emotet's dropped on your machine and you have the hash for it, and you're like, okay, cool, just don't run it, don't even bother wasting compute on this thing. Rules, observability, machine learning can't think. And if you're deploying on a self-driving car, well, this is one of the classic examples for adversarial examples. Well, what if they put an adversarial sticker on the stop sign? Okay, what if they just took out the stop sign, just removed it? They don't need to make up a very intricate, difficult, delicate attack with a sticker on the stop sign. They could just take a hacksaw and remove it. So you should be aware that stop signs might not be there, and maybe you should have a database. This would require geofencing and things. Oh, cool. Here's all my stop signs in the entire city, and I have an agreement with the cities that they're going to tell me when they install new stop signs and traffic lights, and they're going to communicate between my car and the traffic lights, and we're going to do double checks to make sure that my Tesla or other self-driving car is aware of how the traffic is going to be independent of the road sign conditions, so that if there's snowing or hail or a tree grew in the way, you've got a backup of a database. That's a layer of security in your self-driving car that is probably more important than adversarial robustness. And there's so many other layers of security in your self-driving car that you can probably put in there other than adversarial robustness. Another thing, don't deploy and forget. They are models that are, companies do not like retraining very expensive models. There is if you have a large language model and there's a vulnerability, that large language model might have cost $20 million to train in just compute. It might have cost the amount of CO2 Vegas generates in 6 months to train that model by itself. They don't want to redeploy that, so they don't think, and a lot of companies don't even think about it. They train a model, deploy it, and they're like, cool, we're done. We have solved spam forever. And there's bypasses, or they've solved blah forever. You can't just sit there. When you're deploying a product, you have a responsibility to your customers, you have a responsibility to your people, that you're going to monitor it and make sure that it's still working, that there isn't a bug. And machine learning models have a whole new range of bugs that you think. Back to the thing, you could have a bypass where like a new malware family shows up, or a new spam family, or your self-driving car doesn't recognize that new other car because it looks kind of funky. It doesn't recognize that as a car because it has weird tail lights, and it suddenly start getting a bunch of crashes into it. You can't just sit there and like think that any model is going to perform well over time. You have to monitor it. And this is really hard. In security, you do not, in the real world, you do not have access to the labels. I made this graph knowing all the labels post priori. A priori, you have no idea what the label was. So how do you know whether you're making an error if you just have the estimate? I have my prediction, and I don't have a label, so I can't check whether I'm right. You have to build estimates and complicated systems, and this is a huge investment to do correctly, but we need to make those investments. And the last, penultimate point is you have to understand your attackers. So attacking a self-driving car, your attackers might just want to embarrass you, or they might want to like find a bug, and now they've got to try to get a bounty out of you. But they're just trying to embarrass you and get a bounty. There's not that much value in confusing a car, so it's not going to be a widespread attack. It's going to happen because people are going to want to embarrass you as a self-drive thing, but like it's not as valuable as getting ransomware in a hospital. A hospital has to be running. They're going to give you like the $5 million to unransomware the hospital. You get an immediate monetary value in bypassing the systems for the security systems for that. You have to actually do the threat modeling. You can't just assume that you're going to be attacked in this one way because it's a sexier way of, because you really want to do the math to defend yourself, because I want to do that research, and so I'm going to make up a threat model so that I can do that research in industry. If you're in academia, I think you should be doing research into model robustness is important, and it's probably a breakthrough in this thing might be needed to bring the machine learning model, whole field of machine learning forward, but it's not a security problem. The last thing is be a moving target, and this relates back to like the drift, but don't just retrain a new model. You have to make new features. You've got a security onion, you have to make new layers in that onion. You can't just sit there because security people are going to innovate. But you make new features for your model. Don't just sit there on the model. One company has a really nice way of being a moving target for their model. They have a bank of many times more features than they actually need, and they use a subset every month. And they do spam, so they have a lot of behavioral data. So they use a subset of the data of the features that they could use each month. This means each month's model is not as good as it could be. So if you use more features, you could probably train up a better spam model. But this month's model, and it's not month, it's week, but this week's model performs and behaves fundamentally different from next week's model. So the spammers might be figuring out how to bypass this week's model and figure out a bypass, but it's definitely not going to work next week because you're just moving ahead. You're being a moving target. They're going to figure out a bypass each week, but if you can make sure that last week's bypass will not work on this week, you're good. You might not be able to gather enough data in that week for the bypass to figure out things to make sure your model was trained correctly to correctly classify it. But if you change the way the model works, you might not have to worry about that bypass. You have to worry about a different one. So they've taken this concept of being a moving target to the next level, which is actually securing their way, and it is, it is a drop in accuracy, but it is a drop in accuracy that actually gives a good trade-off that they have found that significantly improves their stuff. And finally, respond quickly. What's the turnaround for training a new model? So what Google did, one of the embarrassing things that Google had was in their pictures product. They were misclassifying black people as gorillas, which is really super racist and awful, and they didn't do their model correctly. The way they responded was they removed all primates from their data set so that the model can't misclassify black people as gorillas because the model doesn't know what a gorilla is. That's how they responded. But the thing is, they responded quickly, and that actually is not, it's bad, but it's not the worst idea. If you want to prevent this from happening and you only have a few days to figure out how to quickly get your model to stop doing this, it might take you 6 more months to gather the data to prevent this from happening. But you need to respond in 3 days, so quickly removing the primates was a quick way for them to respond to this one problem, and then to buy them time to actually invest and do it properly over time. They still have a little bit of issues with this, but this is one of the, the bias in machine learning, all sorts of papers, not a talk about that, but they responded quickly in that sort of shitty way, but it was a response that thing. Your code language model may generate vulnerabilities. You've got a, Codex might suggest code for you that has a vulnerability in it because it's memorized the code from a Stack Overflow post. And that's bad. Like a lot of people are going to be like, oh, cool, Codex did this. Include it because I'm going to trust the machine learning model. And well, you've now got a vulnerability that Codex put there. That is bad. And we have found large language models suggesting vulnerabilities to include in your code. And Microsoft sat on their ass for 6 months before they started doing anything. Other linters and code editors fixed it quickly because they are in the security space and they understand that they have to respond. But the people in the machine learning space, they sat on it for 6 months because how do I solve this problem with memorizing things? It's so much harder. Like, you kind of have to do something quickly, Google by Microsoft. You can't just like sit on your ass for 6 months. So I think machine learning should be held to that standard. Anyway, so questions? If you want references, you can find them online on the GitHub. So yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Policymakers are listening to Google Brain and embedding adversarial robustness in NIST